Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the semifinals for the Unmatched Battle of Legends 2 Release Rumble. And this time we're going to have Unmatched versus Chadicular. And if you guys caught the match earlier today, Chad was actually one of the commentators, so now it's his turn to play. And I'm sure he is excited for this opportunity. But I just want to welcome all the wonderful commentators here. Tristan, thanks for coming back. How you doing?
Doing great. Excited as always to see another set of matches here.
All right, and then we have Baked Goods, who is actually one of the players in the earlier matches. So, Taylor, how you doing?
Well, I wish I won that match, but you can't have everything. So I'm glad we got a little break for lunch, and I'm excited to try commentary for the first time.
Definitely glad to have you. And then Freak, you as well. How you doing? Thanks for joining.
I'm good, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for joining. It's always good to get new people on the commentary team. So, definitely looking forward to this. I'm sure we're going to have a great time watching some top-level play here. So, just a little bit of background in the tourney format. What we did here was 2 weeks ago, we had pools over Saturday and Sunday. We had 32 players at the beginning of the event, split up into 8 pools of 4, and we had them play off 6 games over the course of the weekend with a set matchup schedule with varying matchups from within the Battle of Legends Volume 2 box. And then we took the top 2 players from each pool to advance onto the elimination bracket. Then over the last 2 weeks, we had single elimination, a couple of rounds of that, so top 16 and then down to top 8, and now we're down to the top 4. So the players here, Chadicular and Unmatched, both have fought their way through pools and through the elimination bracket to make it here. So great players on both sides there. And it's going to be a great matchup. And I also want to thank Restoration Games for sponsoring this event, and they're super supportive of the tournaments, which is awesome, and I love to see the scene growing here, getting a lot of new faces, new players, and commentators alike. So it's really fun, and also thanks to Vorpal Board. They've been really supportive of the whole scene as well, and the system we will be using is Vorpal Board, so if you guys are interested and you like what you see, definitely go check them out. But it's just a way to play Unmatched online outside of Tabletop Simulator, and it lets one person host a room for all of the players involved, which is really neat. So if you got a group of friends that, they don't want to all pay for Tabletop Simulator, but you want to go in, split the cost of a Vorpal subscription, definitely you can do that. It works out great. And for other games as well, not just Unmatched. So with that said, we will talk a little bit about the players here. I know Chadicular is relatively new to the competitive scene. I think this is his first major tourney that he is a part of. But Unmatched, he's actually, I believe, played in all 3 of the major tourneys, if I recall correctly. And he's been placing pretty well each time. So definitely a consistently good player up against Chadicular, who is more of a dark horse, I guess, in this tournament. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. But Taylor, we're going to start off with you. What do you think? Do you have some predictions on the way the pick ban is going to go?
Well, I think the leader will pick Sun Wukong just because that's what I did, and I chose it because I thought it was the best. So we'll see if they follow suit. I just think that's a really strong first pick because he's really good against the melee fighters in this set, being Achilles and Bloody Mary.
I would definitely agree with that. And I don't think the leader necessarily has too much advantage here because, as we saw, I mean, Joshua was the follower. He was able to take it, the match with Bloody Mary. But, it really just depends on the player's skill. And all the players here at this stage are top level. So anything can happen. But, Freak, what are you thinking in terms of the picks? What kind of lineups are you expecting?
Yeah, I think a big theme that we've seen recur is Wukong getting picked up first, just because he's, like you said, not afraid to match up into any of the melee fighters that you're going to be left with if the follower chooses to go second with Yanenga. The alternative thing you could do would maybe be pick Yanenga first if you're comfortable playing that into Wukong. The issue there is you're not as sure when you're going to line up the matchup there and map order, turn order, things like that. So
Definitely.
yeah, Wukong seems to be the safer opening pick.
Yep, I would agree with that, and I think that's what I would expect to see here. But who knows? Things, they can always throw us for a loop, and oftentimes at the top level play, when everybody knows what to expect and they know what is considered, the best among the community, you got to find little tricks and things to catch people off guard in order to get an advantage. So we'll see what happens. But there's only so many possible combinations here because we're only using the 4 fighters in the box. And for anybody unaware, the new fighters are Achilles and Sun Wukong and Yanenga and Bloody Mary. So only those 4 fighters can be used here. So 2 are going to be on each side. And just to give a little explanation of Conquest format is what we're playing here. It's going to be a best of 3, and the players have to get a win with both of their chosen fighters to win the match. And you're not able to replay a fighter or a map that you've won on previously. So I think the match really comes down to Bloody Mary because she seems to be the weak link. She's going to have to find a win into one of the other fighters, and as we've seen, I think her best chance is against Yanenga. So we'll see how the fighter picks line up here. It looks like we do have the picks in, and Unmatched is going to have Yanenga and Wukong, and then Chad is going to have Achilles and Mary. So, Tristan, what do you think about these fighter picks here?
I think they're standard. They're what you would expect. I know Unmatched has been the leader for both of the Conquest games that he's played in this tournament. What was very interesting though is at both of those, and see it here a little bit, he picked Yanenga for both of those, but he didn't take Sun Wukong into one of those matchups, and he still ended up pulling it through. And so I feel like he's someone who, based off of the data here, he's someone who seems to do really well with Yanenga. Considers her to be one of his best fighters in her roster, so he might want to lock that down first. But again, we're seeing a similar pick as the last time, which is to be expected. And I think it's gonna be good to see how that shakes out.
Yeah, interesting to note, it is the same lineup, although I believe it was chosen in a different order. I think Matt actually opted for Yanenga first, and then chose Wukong after Chad went with Achilles. So, as you said, maybe he just prefers Yanenga. Maybe it's a comfort pick. And the lineups worked out the same way either way. So, I'm thinking Mary wants to get her win against Yanenga. Wukong can do pretty well against either. And Yanenga is kind of a toss-up between Achilles and Bloody Mary. So I think Bloody Mary and Yanenga are both of the weak links, so to speak, in the lineups. And those are going to be the ones they're looking to get that win with. And
John, can I add something?
Yeah, of course.
So Unmatched, 3 of his most played fighters are Medusa, InGen, and Robin Hood. So I think he just really likes ranged heroes and their playstyle, which I think explains why he felt comfortable picking Yanenga first.
Yeah.
She's the only ranged fighter in this set, so as leader, he probably wanted to scoop her up as fast as possible.
Yeah, excellent point. I didn't know that about him, but you can learn a lot by looking at the past match history from these tournaments and see where players tend to gravitate towards. So good note there. And as far as the map bans, it looks like Matt banned Hiorat and Chad banned Marmaril. So I don't think the Hiorat ban is very surprising. I think that's often done against Bloody Mary. And Chad banning Marmaril, maybe he just saw what happened in the previous match and he doesn't want that to happen to him. But that does leave open Yukon, which is another great map for Yanenga into Achilles if it comes to that. So very interesting. Now we have the matchup looks like ready for game 1, but before we go over that, let's check out a quick video on how to play Unmatched and what it's all about for anybody who may be tuning in for the first time. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals. All right, folks, there you have it. That's Unmatched for you, the game we know and love. And this is the newest set, Battle of Legends Volume 2, so make sure you go pick up your copies online there. But we are going to see Game 1. I guess before we divulge that information, Freak, do you think we're going to see that same Wukong opening from Matt just to scoop up a relatively easy win?
Probably the safer opening pick, since I don't think he minds Mary at all. Achilles, I've played that matchup a handful of times. Achilles has to have a pretty stellar start and kind of get in there to get things done before Wukong gets the wall up, and then as soon as Phoenix form comes out, the game changes entirely. So I think the safer pick for Unmatched would be Son, and then Chad, I think you just coin flip it, hope for the best. Maybe try and get your Mary win out, and then go again if you lose and you get Matt priority in the second game, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out. So it looks like it's going to be, they're throwing us for a loop here. Like I said, it's going to be Yananga versus Mary. So, wow. Matt not choosing to get that Wukong, he's going to be a little bit more risky here. And I think it might actually play into Chad's favor because since he was the follower, he does get the map and position pick. So with Mary into Yananga, he can choose a beneficial map and make sure Mary goes first because as we've seen, I think Mary she does a lot better going first than second. So let's go ahead and check out the Bloody Mary deck for anybody unfamiliar. All right, here we see Bloody Mary. Taylor, you want to kick us off and give us the rundown on Bloody Mary?
Sure, John. So some of Mary's key cards obviously have to do with getting her third action. When she starts her turn with 3 cards, she gets an additional action, and some of her best attacks will only trigger if they're played on her third action. So speak 3 times doesn't look like much. It's only a 3-value attack, but if you play it on your third action, it becomes a 7 instead. And that can potentially give Yananga some problems since she doesn't necessarily have the best value block cards, aside from maybe Jaws. And Ghostly Touch is another really crucial card for Mary because if it's played on her third action, she gets to recover 3 health. And Yananga not having any feints means that this will always heal Mary if she plays it on her third action. So I would expect Chad to try to get the maximum amount of healing he can out of this card if he needs it. Closer Than She Appears is a scheme card that moves Mary 1 space, lets her draw a card. So nothing special there, but the third effect on it is it gives her an action. So this is a way for her to have a third action if she doesn't start her turn with 3 cards in her hand, and kind of it unnaturally gives her access to some of the powerful attacks she has, especially if her hand size is maybe a little bit larger than she'd like it to be. Broken Glass is just a really, really strong card. It's a 3-value versatile, and during combat, Mary can increase or decrease the value by 1, so she can make it a 4 or a 2, and after combat, if the value of Broken Glass matches the value of the card that Bloody Mary's opponent plays, Bloody Mary gets to draw a card, and then the opposing fighter takes 2 damage, which is just a really powerful effect. So I would expect Chad to try to use this card as much as possible. It's really good for dealing with archers because it can deal 2 damage if it's blocked. And Jump Scare is another really powerful Bloody Mary attack because she can make it a 6 if she starts her turn in a different space than the one that or a different zone, I should say, than the one she started her turn in. So if she attacks from a new zone. It's a 6, and that can potentially be a lot of damage. So Speak 3 times and Jump Scare are probably her best value attacks, whereas Broken Glass can deal damage with its effect. So she's got some really powerful cards in her deck.
Well said. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Yanenga deck as well. All right. Freak, you want to give us a rundown on Yanenga?
Yeah, sure. So first card that you see is the Rain of Arrows, showing off the new double attack mechanic that's the theme for this box. So Yanenga's is, I guess you would say, the most basic of the two. It's just a 3 attack followed by another 3 attack. So prior to this set, all second attacks or after combat effects, most of them would trigger based on adjacency. That's not the case with the double attacks. They'll trigger as long as the attacking target and defender are still valid options. So solid double attack option that kind of forces Mary to kind of second guess what card she wants to use to defend, because you don't want to mess with your hand count too much, trying to float around the magic 3 or 4 hand count. Surprise volley, just an immediate action that allows her to bring an archer back into her zone or gain the action. And Yanenga is the one who gets to choose the effect here. So you can use it to kind of get a little bit more burst in if you're trying to unload a few attacks from an advantageous spot, maybe on the Hanging Gardens map, or if you're just in a good position to utilize that, or bring that archer back. Master of the Hunt, just additional action, so boost you up to 3 actions potentially on your turn. Another way to just dish out more damage, maneuver the board, just a versatile scheme that lets you get a lot done. One with the Land is her other scheme, so this allows Yanenga to recover health to her archers as well as herself. So Yanenga's sidekicks are 2 HP value token archers, so she is able to divert damage off of her main character onto these sidekicks, and then additionally can recover it with this scheme card. Stallion Charge, very, very powerful card in Yanenga's deck. Gives her some mobility, allows her to move through opposing fighters as well as dealing damage with it. So, yeah, very versatile kit from Yanenga that's capable of pumping out a lot of damage and burst when she wants to.
Yep, that's a great point. I think the burst damage is crucial in this matchup for Yanenga, because I do think Mary actually has... with Yanenga not having any cancels, Mary can pull off her third action cards pretty reliably and just dish out massive damage. So Yanenga has to have some kind of firepower back, right? And those combo turns, I think, are key when Mary wants to try to play with a low hand count. It can be risky when Yanenga has the capabilities like that.
Definitely.
So now that we've gone over the fighters, it looks like it is going to be our first game of the weekend on Hanging Gardens. So let's go ahead and check out that map.
Let's go.
All right. So here we see the Hanging Gardens, and Tristan, you want to give a little rundown on the map?
Absolutely. So we see Hanging Gardens. There are the 2 starting positions, with the first being on the north side of the map, and the second fighter starting on the south side here. Now, because Chadicular was the one who picked it, and he's playing as Bloody Mary, a really key turn is to have Mary start on the first position to maneuver, potentially boost, possibly, or maneuver, get closer than she appears, out of third action, and hits the second player, in this case being Yanenga. If you can get to that spot. One big thing about this map that you're going to see, there are a bunch of little icons on there with arrows. This map introduces a mechanic called the high ground. Essentially, if you are attacking adjacent, if you're attacking to your opponent who is adjacent to you, and you have what's known as a high ground. Essentially, if you're on one of the spaces and the arrow's pointing toward your opponent, you get an extra +1 value added to your attack. And that's going to be crucial in just getting a couple extra little bits of damage. Why having Mary's opening hand, having that starting position, is going to be key to this game. It's going to be very interesting to see how Yanenga places her archers to begin, whether she wants to use an archer to body block and potentially have it die off right away, if she decides to prefer the archers just right beside her and just to potentially take a bunch of damage right off the bat. But we're going to be seeing a lot of positioning, not just regularly, but you're going to see players taking that into account, that high ground, and trying to make the most of that while trying to avoid their opponents getting that as well. So there's just a little bit of an added mechanic in this. What makes this map special? Again, Restoration is coming out with very unique ideas, and this is definitely one of their ideas that they had come up with. So it's gonna be really exciting. I'm so glad to be able to showcase this map. These two are showcasing the map here, and it's gonna be exciting to watch.
Definitely agree there. And I do think that both Yanenga and Bloody Mary are probably the ones who benefit most off of this map because of the amount of attacks they tend to do. With Yanenga having those burst combo turns, if she's able to do one of those turns from the high ground, it can be incredibly strong. And same thing with Mary, although she doesn't really have combo turns necessarily, she does try to be very aggressive and get a lot of attacks in. And the more attacks you can do, obviously the more you're going to benefit from the high ground. So it looks like players are getting set up now, but how about some predictions? Taylor, I know you just played this matchup yourself, but do you think it's going to go any differently here for these guys?
I would say no. I think Bloody Mary will pull it out, especially with the high ground. Yanenga starting second. She actually is on the low ground, so there's a high ground arrow pointing towards her, which is something that Tristan pointed out. Bloody Mary, she loves being aggressive at the start of the game to get her hand size down right away. And I think turn one, she's going to either boost in and attack Yanenga with the high ground, unless there's an archer in front of her, in which case she can go on the high ground space above that space and just throw out a big attack on one of Yanenga's sidekicks right away. So I think Bloody Mary is going to get off to a hot start, and hopefully Chad can just steamroll from there and get the favorable win out of the matchup.
I would agree with that 100%. So it looks like the players are just about set up. We'll be jumping into the game shortly. I know, Freak, you played in the tournament as well, and I believe you made the top 8. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome.
No, I was top 16.
Top 16?
I made it out of groups and lost my first set after that one, so yeah, 16.
Okay, 16. So just barely out of the top 8. But did you get any experience with, you probably did, maybe this matchup in particular on this map too?
Not in pools I did, obviously, because they were all on this map and I played the matchup, but in my match I played Mary against Yanenga on Baskerville. But regardless, I feel like any tighter map like this that has a good amount of connectivity, Mary's going to do pretty well. Kind of abuse that mobility that she has and Yanenga's lack of feints to deny her third action cards. I think the biggest thing you need to try and play around in this matchup is messing with the other player's hand count. So obviously Yanenga is trying to peel cards out of Mary's hands with her block card that can force a discard, as well as the pin the prey from the archer, so messing with her hand count in that way. And Mary obviously has a lot of cards to dictate her hand count with the broken glass and the evade, as well as all her other shenanigans that she can do. So yeah, it's just a big hand count and management game, as well as positioning, so we'll see who can kind of abuse this map and position themselves a little bit better.
Definitely. All right, well, the players are set up, so let's jump into the game and see how it goes.
Like, that was kind of what Josh did in the last round.
Yeah, which is why I thought it was interesting that you led with this one. Okay, we just got the go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I didn't know if you were going to play Wukong right off the bat.
Or Achilles?
Or Achilles, sorry. I have Wukong. I keep thinking I have Achilles.
Yeah, no worries. And just a reminder to right click and stuff. But it sounds like you know Vorpal pretty well, so no worries.
So
this is more
all right, so we need to see if Chad is going to choose to start first or second.
Okay. And I think I'll probably be taking first. Or, I mean, I guess before I draw, I get to choose starting position. Let me check.
Yeah, I believe
Well, I
Chad
thought the
was the
leader-
follower, so...
Follower, yeah, I choose starting position as well.
Okay, so Chad is going to start first, as we expected.
Yep.
And then draw.
So on this opener, do you think you're looking specifically to start with the closer than she appears to get the third action on the first turn and really hit hard off the high ground, or do you think you're not really trying to mulligan that hard for anything like that?
Yeah, no worries.
That's a great question. I would say, you know, ideally you'd want the closer than she appears into the Speak 3. If it's not Speak 3, it's almost just not worth using the closer, right?
Right.
Because you're not going to get any heal, and the other third action isn't as beneficial. So you'd probably better off just maneuvering and boosting to get to close the distance there, and just do a regular attack. And if you don't see Speak 3 times and closer than she appears both together in your opening hand, I think it's a little too risky to try and mulligan for a 2-card combination. It would be quite a good start, though, for Chad if he just happens to open up with that combo.
All
Right.
You ready?
The other thing to think about is this, not only does this potentially allow Chad to get the speak 3 times
All
if
right.
that combo presented itself,
Okay,
but this
all
is
right.
a prime opportunity
Good luck.
to jump scare as well. And again, like we had stated earlier on today, sometimes the threat of those big attacks are just as important as the actual. So we are seeing the boost coming in first here. So potentially getting out a jump scare? Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, it looks like regardless of which fighter he chooses to attack, the jump scare will be a threat here. I do like how Matt put the archers kind of further away behind Yananga, but Chad is going to go right for those archers.
I think I will attack that archer.
What's the boost value of the trick of the light?
3.
What is it, boost? Just letting that archer die.
Yeah, I think we saw the same exact play, did we not, in the last game with Joshua and Taylor?
Yep.
The boost
And
into the Bloody Requiem, no defense.
Yen will attack.
And especially with the high ground there,
Go will attack.
it's hard to keep that archer alive and just to resources to make that happen. So I think that's similar to the last time. I think that's it's a good for Chad, but I think that's the move to go with on both sides.
You go first.
Definitely. And now this is an interesting interaction because if Matt chooses to bring back the archer, which he does,
Snag the
Infinity Mirror can no longer move Yananga because the archer becomes the new attacker.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much impact that has in this particular situation, but it's just an interesting thing to note with Surprise Volley.
And Infinity Mirror, I think, is a really good block card for Mary here, because if Yananga had chosen to take the action instead of the archer, Bloody Mary could kind of use the movement from Infinity Mirror to get out of Yananga's range, so she couldn't be comboed this early in the game.
Definitely. So it looked like, so if, here we got to have them stop for just a second, because Yananga is not actually able to be moved.
Right, because the Yananga attack that brings the archer back prioritizes, or rather switches the attacker to that of the archer if it is pulled back in.
Right.
I think that's a common rules mistake with Surprise Volley, because I've made that a couple times myself.
It's definitely an interesting card. And the implications, I mean, it doesn't really matter a lot of times, but there are definitely instances where it does.
Yeah, that can be one of those cards that timed properly, if someone is trying to use, let's say, a after combat move effect such as that was right there, you can really kind of snuff out their plan with the positioning of your archer, or just choosing to take that action to maybe maneuver away again after the fact. So
Definitely. So we'll see Mary moving herself instead. Just trying to avoid that double attack from Yanenga, it looks like. With the original plan, even if he moved Yanenga, Matt still could have attacked Mary with the archer, but since the archer hasn't moved and it was in Yanenga's zone, the biggest attack value the archer could have would be a 4 if he wants to use one of the 2 skirmishes, which is pretty costly to use on offense early on like that. So we are going to see Chad starting with a natural 3-card hand, though, so that's going to trigger Mary's ability and give him 3 actions this turn. We'll see what he can do with it. But we did see Matt taking the high ground position with Yanenga there, keeping both archers in Yanenga's zone. So if there were to be any big swings here, like a speak 3 times or a jump scare onto Yanenga, he can simply just split the damage among the archers. But Chad says he doesn't care about that. He's just going to go right for Yanenga anyways.
I like that. Like the high ground is going to play a major part in this game, but you know sometimes you have to just take that chance, and especially if you have cards that you could defend. I think Mary just needs to stay aggressive regardless of the situation.
All right, and I will match.
And that's a good play too as well.
Yeah, so we do see the broken glass into the skirmish, and I'm sure Chad is going to bump up the broken glass. Although the skirmish will still technically win the combat, so that will trigger first, providing the movement, and then the broken glass will deal the damage and draw Chad a card.
And so you can take 2 damage.
So we see Matt just choosing to give the damage to Yanenga, not disperse it among the archers.
Alright, Yen will attack.
I wonder if that means he has no one with the land cards in hand.
Yeah, it could signal that. If he had one with land, I think he definitely would have split the damage and then just used it right away to essentially negate that broken glass.
Right.
I think it's interesting that Matt chose to use the skirmish effect instead of keeping Mary where she was and getting the high ground advantage on this attack.
That's a great point.
yeah, it's looking like he pushed him into a tricolor zone, so we might be seeing the jaws come out here potentially.
Ooh, yep, you called it.
Ooh, oh.
Great call, Ethan. So this is really good for Matt, too, because the mirror image copies the printed value of Jaws being the 3, but the Jaws will still bump up 3 damage from its effect. And since Defender resolves first, the mirror image will match, and then the Jaws will bump 3 damage over the top.
Very calculated move by Matt there.
Yes.
This map will definitely make you second guess your positioning decisions, but very good to use the skirmish effect to force Mary into a suboptimal space right there.
Definitely. I think oftentimes players are almost baited into the high ground, even if it might not be the optimal play, just because that +1 damage is so enticing.
Mm-hmm.
And especially for Yanenga, that spot in the middle of the map has 3 zones on it, so she can hit a large majority of the map with her ranged attack
Definitely.
ability. So I wouldn't be surprised if Matt tries to maybe camp out on those spots with the 3 zones and the high ground advantage for most of this match.
I would agree. And Mary being melee, right, she has to go up to Yanenga to attack at some point. So if Yanenga is camping those high ground spaces, whenever she wants to make a counterattack on Mary, she's going to get that bonus. So it looked like Chad was going to go for an archer, but he may be reconsidering here.
We'll go here, and I will play.
Maybe we're going to see a scheme.
There we go.
There's the first stolen memories. So Chad's going to get to look at Matt's hand, choose a card, and then Matt gets to either choose to discard the card or take the boost value in damage.
All right, very
As someone that just played the Yanenga side of this matchup, I can say that Stolen Memories hurts a lot because Yanenga has some really high boost values, so it hurts if you want to keep the card that Bloody Mary chooses.
Definitely. Almost all of her boost values are like 3s almost.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. And what are you guys expecting Chad to pick here? I mean, there's a lot of good options.
There are a lot. My first initial thought, and I haven't had much time to think about this, but like I would almost go with Master of the Hunt. That way, you know, if Yanenga gets a lot of actions to potentially hit Bloody Mary, and you know, you want to end up with those 3 cards, but if Yanenga is just constantly attacking and potentially forcing you to discard and have even more of a lower hand, you know, that can sometimes be a little bit risky too. And so you know, if he just decides to discard, I wouldn't be too sad to see that go as the new player.
Looks like Matt was having a little bit of connection issue there, but we got him back. And it looks like Chad is going to choose Master of the Hunt. So if Matt discards that, it definitely limits his combo potential, but I think he almost has to because 3 damage just seems like too much to take. He could have split it among the archers, but as we see, he didn't have the one with the land scheme to heal that back.
Yeah, exactly.
And that was a good scheme opportunity for Chad as well, because now he's ending with 4 cards in hand, so he's in what we call the cycle, where Yanenga doesn't necessarily want to make an attack on Mary and put her down to the natural 3. So it almost forces a double maneuver turn from the opponent, unless they start adjacent and can do more than one attack onto Mary. And although Yanenga doesn't have any draw power in her deck, Mary has a lot, and you might think, well, that's going to make Mary burn out in exhaustion, burn through her deck really quickly, and there will be a big deck disparity. But with how aggressive you can be with Mary, it almost nullifies that, because every time you push the aggression and you take the initiative, essentially you're forcing your opponent to back off and take more maneuvers than you are, because you're using your cards for attacks, whereas they are using their cards as defenses. So your deck doesn't run out as quickly as your opponent. So Mary's able to even up the deck counts by pushing the aggression. So here again we see Matt taking a double maneuver, ending with that high ground advantage, and also having both archers still in the zone. Mary could threaten a jump scare here if she moves up to that pink space right above Yanenga.
Decides to go a bit further south instead, putting in between Yanenga and the archer.
Yeah, it looks like he's choosing to attack the archer, and that was the only available space to go without boosting. And maybe that's why Matt did this positioning, because he knew that was a possibility, and therefore he sets himself up to do a double attack turn on Mary. Seeing as if he takes this attack undefended, he'll have 5 cards to Mary's 4.
Yep.
And he is going to take an undefended Trick of the Light there, which is just enough to kill off the 2 health archer. So great card to use there by Chad.
We also saw that when Stolen Memories was played, Yanenga didn't have any cards in her hand. So unless Matt just drew a skirmish, for example, there really aren't that many good block options even possible for the archers there.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a great point as well. And it looks like we are going to see an attack from the archer, it looks like, into
Interesting.
Mary as action number 1. This would be a great time to use an Infinity Mirror by Chad, because he could move out of both of the fighters' range and start with that natural 3. But there's only 2 copies of the Infinity Mirror in the deck.
The other thing is, this is most likely going to be a pin the prey. I'm anticipating he wants Bloody Mary to discard. Oh, it's not.
Ooh.
But my thought process was, if you use pin the prey and force a discard, then that's but
It's looking like that's what Chad was expecting as well, since he's throwing out the evade there. So he's assuming if it's a pin the prey, then he'll break even on card count, so draw 1, discard 1 from the pin, and be able to start with 3 on his next turn, but not the case.
So because of that, now it seems like the maneuver from the Mega is happening here, just to make sure he doesn't get back to those 3 cards.
Yep, which is obviously a smart play by Matt, and he did choose to resurrect the archer with the surprise volley. So that's 2 resurrections already out of 3 with the volleys. There's also the shield formations, but oftentimes the opponent will simply discard a card to stop you from getting an archer back. But in this matchup in particular, it can be a harder choice because Mary plays so much around her own hand count that she might not be able to afford the discard at that particular moment. Chad is staying true to his strategy, though, going into this game, just aggressively picking off the archers.
Archer.
Don't worry, there's time. You will.
That's it.
I think that's what you have to do as Bloody Mary, because letting Yananga use 1 with the land to get 3 points of healing, split across all of her characters, of course, but that's just a lot of value. And I think if you can kill off the archers early and quickly, that'll help Yananga have less sustain later in the game.
I would definitely agree. And, I mean, you say that the health is split among all the fighters, right? But in Yananga's case, it's almost like 3 health to herself because she can distribute the damage. So this time we are going to see Matt choosing to defend the archer with a Momentous Shift, which is quite a valuable card. You don't necessarily want to be using it on defense, but it was a good call because Chad was going for another easy Trick of the Light kill. It's just always risky defending the archers against Bloody Mary because if it's a broken glass, no matter what you use to defend the archer with, it's going to die. And then you've wasted your card and Mary didn't lose any advantage. So it's always a risk. But that risk definitely paid off for Matt there. And here we see him in that same dilemma. I mean, if he attacks Mary, gives her a natural 3, so he just takes a double maneuver.
I also think that's good positioning by Chad because you can see he's in a gray and green space, whereas Yananga is in an only pink space. So Yananga would have to spend an action maneuvering if she wanted to be the one actually attacking Mary instead of the archer.
Definitely. So this could be a jump scare. The threat is there. Although Yananga has both archers in her zone, so I don't think she has much to worry about. Ooh, but it is the jump scare. So since Mary doesn't share any zones with that space she started in, it is a 6 value. It's going to hit 4 over the point blank. It's going to give 1 to each archer and 2 to Yananga, and then Mary also takes 2 from the after combat point blank. And now is when you're going to want to see that one with the land from Matt. If he has it, now's the time to play it. Get that max value. But he also has quite a hand advantage. So, Freak, what do you think? Even if Matt has the one with the land, do you take that opportunity now, or do you go for more of an aggressive turn and just try to hit Mary while she's a little more vulnerable?
It's tough to say. There's always that looming threat of what is Mary gonna do if I do this, or am I comfortable leaving her with cards or leaving her to her own devices? Obviously you want to try and get some value out of one with the land here. Throw out an undefended stallion charge.
Yeah, wow. So, I wonder what Chad was expecting there. He is gonna defend the second attack, but we see a shift, which is a 5 value. Since the Stallion let Matt move to a different space, and the Broken Glass can bump to a 4 to only take 1, but that was a lot of damage in that turn.
That was really good use of the Stallion charge there, so throwing it out as an opening move to allow him attack and essentially maneuver and get the movement effect from the Momentous as a follow-up attack, very, very good.
Yep.
Especially...
Although something...
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, it might have worked out in Chad's favor because not drawing a card from Broken Glass means he started his turn with 3 cards in his hand.
That's true. That is true. He gets another natural 3, which he's been getting a lot of this game.
Yeah, in all honesty, I don't think you're that upset about taking 1 damage because you bumped the Broken Glass up to the 4, take the 1, but like you said, yeah, not drawing is almost better sometimes, especially when you're obviously starting with the 3 in your hand. So not the worst thing for Mary. It's a little scary when you get chunked for a lot of damage like that in 1 turn, but he still has his healing cards in his deck, so should be okay.
Ooh, there we see. Was that second action attack?
I believe that was second action. Yeah, he maneuvered in, hit the archer, so it means Yanenga wouldn't be moving. He can make this third attack. And with that discard of Jaws of the Lion, that's a huge discard and one less potential defense for if it's the speak. Yep, that's good. Big.
Now, tough choice here. Like I mentioned, it is especially good against Mary, the shield formation, because Chad either discards one of his only 2 remaining cards to prevent that archer coming back, or he just lets Yanenga get a free resurrection.
And it's looking like he's opting to discard, so no archer to soak up additional damage and get that back.
So he ended up discarding it looks like a Closer Than She Appears, or I think that's...
Yeah,
yeah.
It looks like it, yeah.
Wow, that's a big discard.
That's huge.
Well, like you said, he's been getting so many natural 3-card starts that maybe he doesn't think he needs that.
Wow, evade. Great last card to hold on to, though.
Yep.
that's huge.
Because now what this does is Yanenga used her card. She has 1 more action to maneuver. Now Mary gets to double maneuver up to 3 cards and Yanenga at 1. So that's a pretty good setup for Mary to get the natural 3 in 2 turns coming.
Yeah, that was a risky play trying to hit Mary with 1 card left. I mean, if it works, there's no defense. You deal 4 damage, and Mary's down. Down to 2 instead of 5. But yeah, that ended up being rough. Chadicular had just the right card to be able to pressure with the 3 cards here.
Yeah, that evade really was the perfect card. A lot of times you see players using evade to keep a 3-card hand, but in this situation, it just worked out perfect. As expected, we are going to see Chad taking a double maneuver. He's going to put him up to 3 cards, which I'd be very surprised to see Yanenga try to go after Mary on this coming turn. it's either you go after Mary and you try to make an attack and knock that 3 cards out, so down to 2, or you just simply double maneuver and you're looking at 3 cards to 3 cards with Mary having the initiative and 3 cards in hand with her ability to give 3 actions, which is incredibly good.
Once again, the positioning of Mary is really, really, really good in this scenario. Being able to pretty much follow Yenenga wherever she goes. Unless Yenenga boosts, I don't think she can get to a spot where Mary can't hit her with that third action. So that's huge.
Yeah, that was definitely great positioning there by Chad, because there's no possible way Yenenga maneuvers and boosts and attacks, which would leave her with 0 cards essentially in hand, to Mary's potentially 3 if she defends with an evade or broken glass, or even if it was 2 cards. You're not going to leave yourself with 0 cards to 2.
Yeah. Even if it's a double maneuver, unless it's a boost, I think the only way you can get away from Mary without having Mary boost at this point is if you go to that top left pink corner, and then you're still leaving 3 actions. He can move in and you know, it's not too much for him to boost and just be able to hit hard with the third action. I think, especially with the low amount of cards Yenenga has, you know, you can kind of work with that. And so, let's see, I think it's good that Yenenga's just staying in position and kind of holding that high ground, hoping to take whatever attack is coming.
Yeah, I do agree with that position for Yenenga. Just stay there on the high ground, make Mary come up to you in a disadvantage, because then if you want to make a counterattack on Mary, then that you get the +1, and every little point of damage is going to matter at this point because Mary is only at 5 health, so she's got to be careful. But I think as soon as Chad pulls off a ghostly touch, this game is going to look completely different.
Yeah.
You got to expect it to come out right here.
Right?
She's got 10
like
cards in deck.
Yeah.
And I like Chad going on the right side of that high ground space, because if he went on the left side, that could activate a 6 value Jaws from Yenenga on defense.
That's true. Though it is going to be the ghostly touch into a point blank, which is pretty good outcome for Matt, I would say, because Mary is actually only going to heal 1 health net.
Although if Chad is holding something like a Bloody Requiem that has a boost value of 4, he could potentially actually deal 3 damage with this attack, which could punish the low value from point blank.
So yeah, he does choose to boost with Stolen Memories, so not quite as high as you were mentioning, Taylor, but he's still going to get 2 damage in. So that'll even up the health there.
Yenenga still has both one with the lands, correct?
He has at least 1. I think she discarded 1 earlier, I believe.
Okay, so Yenenga still has like a little bit of healing left.
Yeah.
Right, the issue is trying to get some more archers on the board, and in tandem with that card to try and maximize the heal value if you can, but might not have the luxury of time to set that up right now.
So we do actually have both one with the land available.
Okay.
It was the Master of the Hunt.
Oh, that's
was
the
the
one.
scheme
Okay.
that was discarded.
There's not many opportunities to get archers on the board anymore. He both surprise volleys, and unless you can pressure Mary in a situation where she doesn't discard a card, like that's incredibly difficult to force her into a situation where you get another archer for defense. That's true. So, yeah, this is looking like it's turning in towards Mary's favor.
I would agree. And here we see a Bloody Requiem
Oh.
used into a shift, which is yet another momentous shift used on defense, unfortunately for Matt. And then he's going to have to take a second attack from the Bloody Reprise, being a 3 value, which it looks like he's going to take straight up. He doesn't have any other defenses, I would guess.
Yep.
That's rough.
So do you think in that instance Chad played the Bloody Requiem because he didn't have any other third action attacks, or do you think he just played it because he expected Yananga to throw out a pretty big block card and therefore trigger the Bloody Reprise?
I think it was probably less about the value of the defense, but more so just pushing the hand advantage, like getting a 2 for 1.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. And of course, he just might not have the third action attack, right? He's got one of each remaining. Honestly, at a time like
it kind
that,
of works out for both because you're pushing hand advantage, forcing him to block 2 attacks, and he's also frightened of what could potentially be thrown at him. So he's going to throw at least a somewhat solid defense, and attempt not to die.
Yep. And especially because we saw Yananga discard so many archer cards. I mean, those were clogging up her hand. She really didn't have many options to her, and so again, just kind of dealing with what she was. It's so crucial.
Mary is down to 6 cards in deck, so if he is able to regenerate and move around a little bit, potentially pull an archer back somehow, could look at a fatigue situation here, but both the speak 3 times and the heal still sitting in her deck somewhere.
Wow, all the schemes.
wow, yeah, his hand was just loaded up with schemes, as we saw there. He just took one with the land for 1 heal into a Master of the Hunt, another one with the land, and he's got 1 more action available, I believe.
Yes.
Or did he do a maneuver first?
I thought. Did he? I thought he did one with the land to begin with, and then master. I could be wrong though.
If I'm Chad here, I'm pretty sure I would boost in to attack Yananga with only 1 card left in hand.
I feel like you probably need to go for it, right? Draw 1 more if he wants
Okay,
to
yeah.
stay in that
So,
spot.
yep, we were just working that out. He did miss out on the 1 action there, so he gets that extra maneuver, which could make all the difference. You definitely don't want to be missing out on something like that with such a low hand count. You're going to need to draw into your defense.
Alright, opts to stay down in the corner.
Yeah, that's just the furthest space I think he can be away from Mary. And does not give her the high ground.
But Chad only needs to use a card with a boost value of 2 in order to reach Yananga, which I think he should easily be able to do.
Oh, for sure, with 7 cards in hand. He's got to have a lot of options available to him. And that's all of Yananga's healing gone. She can still resurrect, looks like 2 archers maximum. 1 with shield formation potentially, and 1 with a surprise volley.
Although with Mary having such a large hand, I don't think he would let shield formation actually revive an archer.
Definitely.
Right.
Ooh, that was actually a pretty good defense by Matt. We're going to see a point blank into the Bloody Requiem. So Chad just trying to push that hand advantage yet again. It's going to be 2 damage to Mary, 1 damage to Matt, but then he's going to take the second part undefended since the Bloody Reprise copied the 2 value. So an overall 1 card for 1 card, 3 damage to 2 damage. Not a favorable trade for Matt, but Mary, if he can just survive a little bit longer and maybe get some revives on the archers, he might just be able to exhaust Mary. Although
to talk about, sorry, you can go.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, Freak mentioned the deck counts being pretty different earlier, but now you can see Yananga has 6 cards in deck and Mary has 5.
Yeah, that changed pretty quickly. His last turns, he just spent digging through his deck, trying to squeeze out whatever healing he could. Yeah, caught right back up.
Definitely. I think all Chad really has to do here is pull off a Broken Glass, which is, I want to say it's guaranteed against Yananga. Can you guys think of any defense card that Broken Glass wouldn't be able to match?
I think he has another Jaws left. That's about it, right?
That's right. Jaws could get up to a 5.
Yeah, but Jaws is it. That's the only option.
That's
Yep.
it, yep.
And how many Jaws do we have remaining?
At least 1.
Let's see.
He attacked with 1 and discarded 1. So
Yeah, there's 1 Jaws left. Only 1 card out of the remaining 9 cards for Yananga in this game.
And the positioning would have to be correct, too. Bloody Mary would have to be on a space with more than 1 zone in order for Jaws to actually get to a 5.
Right, and it's looking like he went the long way around right there, maybe anticipating that Yananga wants to defend with the Jaws here, so he went all the way around so he would only be standing in a 1-colored zone.
Yeah, and if this is a speak 3 times, that'll be it.
There's the Broken Glass.
Broken Glass will do it as well. So Broken Glass gets to bump up to 4, match the skirmish, and that'll deal the 2 auto damage for the game. Let's go ahead and listen into the players for just a minute here.
I was just like, I'm just like, floundering over here.
Yeah, I
That's
was
about
like,
what you expect to
man,
happen
you're
in this
drawing
matchup.
that. For a while there, I saw
From
no attack cards.
our perspective,
I had,
it looked kind of like
all
Yananga
these
ran into some
triple
issues
lights,
maybe with
that
card
my
ordering.
double
She had a
attack
lot of
was
archer cards on the bottom of their deck. The one with the lands buried a little bit deeper as well, so not really able to get full value out of the archer healing and her health pool. But these things happen.
Yep.
There were so many times where a fate would have helped me out really well.
Yeah, I just had like right in the middle of the game. I hit like 6 cards in a row that were archers and schemes. Maybe it was 7 in a row.
Yeah, well, yeah, the schemes for sure. So I was thinking about pushing the attack on you at that moment when you ran over here. But I didn't have my speak 3 times because you were at 3 health, and I knew that I could kill you with that. So I was like, I'm gonna wait, and then you took your whole turn of like played this twice and that, and I was like, maybe I should have gone in considering all you had was 2-1 with the lands or something.
Yeah. I just drew these on my last turn.
Okay, yeah,
I had it was pretty rough there. 4 archer cards in a row was pretty rough.
Yeah, for sure. And that moment right there when I was able to get you down to 2 was really rough because I did have a Broken Glass left. So if you chose to attack me, you didn't have any 1s left. So you're, well, I guess if the only thing that could have saved you was your last Bring an Archer back card. Because then the Archer would take the 2 damage, not Yananga. Uh-oh. We lost him. That sends you.
All right, guys. So there we see Mary getting the win over Yananga, which I think is what we expected. And honestly, I think what needed to happen for Chad there. I think if he got the loss in that particular matchup, I don't see Mary getting a win really against Wukong, at least not easily. So the odds would definitely be stacked against him if he lost that one there. But luckily enough for him, he got the win. He played well, and unfortunately, we did see Matt had a couple of turns where he only drew archer cards and schemes. So he just didn't have any options, and sometimes that happens. And Yanenga's a little less prone to that than other fighters because she does have so many good versatile cards. But if the archers are dead, it definitely limits her options and can hurt her in the long run.
And something that kind of affects that is her lack of card draw, because really only one with the land draws her a card in her deck, and if she hits a turn where she just draws schemes or attacks or archer cards from maneuvering, she doesn't really have any backup plan to try to dig further into her deck to get more defensive options.
Right? And with Mary having so much card draw, she's constantly cycling in and out of cards, so seeing a lot of new cards, which just lets her play almost how she pleases when she's pulling off those third action turns. Because if you can continuously get to 3, that means you're likely double maneuvering up to 5, which is a good amount of cards in hand, and you have just a lot of options from that point on. So, although when she's playing with low hand count, often she doesn't have a lot of options. If she's consistently pulling off the ability, she likely has more options than the opponent because they're not doing much attacking at that point. So as expected, I mean, we see the Mary win, and now it's going to be Achilles left for Chad in the rest of this match, and he has to get a win either against Yanenga or Wukong, which I think either one could happen. I think both matchups are relatively even, but Freak, what do you think we're going to see from Unmatched now that he's going to get map choice and position choice on one of these two matchups, right, if he's going to end up winning this thing? So would you rather take that advantage with Yanenga or Wukong?
Right, that's the question he kind of has to ask himself, because regardless, he has to beat Achilles twice here. So do you want to prioritize giving Yanenga the better map and playing her again and trying to sort of abuse a map that may be more advantageous to the ranged abilities that she has, or are you fine playing kind of either and letting him dictate which order he puts him in? So I personally would probably bust out Yanenga here because I think Wukong will hold up just fine regardless of the map that Achilles wants to play on, so I would try and run it back with Yanenga and pick a map to your advantage in that situation.
I would agree with that. But then on the flip side, you got to think about, I guess, the mental state too. If you go with Wukong and you get a win, then at least you're feeling a little bit better about your chances, right? Because you're 1-1, pushing it to a game 3 might put the opponent a little on the back foot in the mental game. But how much do you think that actually plays a role, Taylor?
Well, I play against Josh or Wandering Caretaker a lot, and usually when we're playing, it's the middle of the night for him, and I can kind of see his mental state deteriorating as the minutes go on because he's so tired. But I'm not sure what time zone Matt and Chad are in, but definitely Chad, he might be a little tired from commentating the intense last match between me and Josh. So if I was Matt, I would probably go with Yanenga here, just because with map pick, I think Yanenga can benefit from a ranged favorable map, because Achilles is melee, so the maps don't really matter that much. But I think for Yanenga, if he can get a really strong map pick that plays into her combat range, I think that'll help him.
Yeah, so you're thinking, forget the mental game, let's just go for the 2-0. Like, or for Matt, I guess from Matt's perspective, it's all or nothing, right? So if you lose 2-0 or 1-2, it doesn't make a difference in the end. This is an elimination, so you either win it or you don't. So you got to give yourself the best odds, and I do agree with that, going with Yanenga for the next game. But we'll see if Matt has differing thoughts. Like I said, both matchups are pretty even, so.
Right, and as far as mental state affecting your sort of decision here, I think you need to be expecting maybe not expecting, but you need to be comfortable with the fact that you're probably going to lose to Mary, just the way the matchup goes and what we've seen, and all these people playing in the release rumble have played groupings of these matchups, so they kind of know what to expect. So you can't be shaken from losing a matchup that you're almost going into expecting to lose. You just got to bounce back, pick the map, and be ready to go to the game 3.
That's a great point. And go ahead, Tristan.
Sorry, the other thing that we had talked about a little bit earlier with Max is that he seems to do really well with those ranged fighters, and so you talk about that mental of the game that you want to play as well, and just if you can get that win with Yanenga, I'm sure he feels a little bit more comfortable playing. I mean, sometimes that might be just that small little boost that you need to be able to bring yourself into game three with a good mentality to kind of ride that win on the people.
Definitely. So we are gonna see. It looks like Wukong into Achilles for the next matchup. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the Sun Wukong's deck here. We haven't seen either of these fighters yet in this match. All right, Tristan, I'll let you go through this one here with Wukong.
Absolutely. So Sun Wukong's ability is that at the beginning of his turn, he can choose to sacrifice 1 health from his health pool to create a clone, and those clones are clones of Wukong. Because they are his clones, they can use any card just like Wukong. So all of his players have access to all of his cards, and they're a lot of his cards play into this trickster mentality that Wukong has. We see this first key card is Phoenix Form. You're going to notice that he has many different forms: Phoenix Form, Ox Form, and one that is not on here, the defense all of Tortoise Form. Phoenix Form is huge because he can recover 1 health for each clone on the board. So the more clones he has, the bigger amount of health Phoenix Form will be able to recover. Ox Form allows you to hit with a heavy attack, and the opponent can choose to boost it. So if the opponent chooses to boost this attack, then that's it's taking 2 cards to defend against this 1 heavy attack, which definitely helps Wukong with the advantage. And it's just a 7 attack card just in general is amazing to see there. Then we go into the next one, which is Rudy Jingo Bang. I apologize if I get some of the pronunciations mixed up here, but this is going to be a very tricky card, and again plays into that thematic ability that he has. And so here it's a 0 value, and if it says after combat, if the opponent played a defense card, you go into the second attack tricky. So that that first attack isn't going to have any value whatsoever, but assuming you trick the trick the opponent into playing a defense card, he hits back with a strong attack right afterwards. Then we go on to 72 transformations, where he's allowed to take one of the different forms back into his hand, and it just allows him to kind of recycle some of those things. Maybe he wants to go for more healing, maybe some more bigger attacks, or if it suits, especially with Achilles and some of his bigger attacks, maybe you might see some Tortoise forms being recycled through here. But we also see that Wukong has some high defense cards. One of those being Bewilderment, which we see in King Arthur's deck for those who have seen the previous fighters. But what happens with this card is it allows him to prevent all the damage, and you can place Wukong in any space, and so it gives him that mobility. And so, yeah, he's a very tricky fighter to try and play against. Sometimes it's going to be advantageous to not defend against certain attacks, but if you choose not to defend on something like an Ox Form or another big attack there, you're going to feel that damage. That's going to make a huge difference in this game.
Definitely well said there. Wukong is very tricky, and it plays perfectly into his character. And just those coin flip combats between the Ox Form and the Jingo Bang, it's just crucial and can definitely dictate the match. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Achilles deck. So Taylor, you want to run us through Achilles?
Sure. So Achilles has a sidekick called Pat. We're just going to call him Pat because I'm not sure of the pronunciation. And Achilles' whole ability revolves around when Pat dies. Because when Pat dies, Achilles randomly discards 2 cards from his hand, which is a horrible effect for him if he loses some key cards that might really hinder his chances for the rest of the match. But after he discards the cards, for the rest of the game, Achilles has an extra +2 value added on to all of his attacks. And when he wins a combat, attack, or defense, he gets to draw a card. So the card draw is great because it will just be able to constantly fill up his hand, and with his extra +2 damage, he can throw out some really big attacks. So Achilles, some of his game plan might revolve around trying to intentionally kill Pat, which we can see with some of these cards, like Under Achilles' Helm, which is a 2-value block card for Achilles, but it lets him swap spaces with Pat and lets Pat be the defender of the enemy's attack. So if Wukong throws something out like an Ox form and Achilles plays this, all that damage can go onto Pat instead. In the same sense, Battle Frenzy is a Pat attack that after combat deals 2 damage to both of the fighters in combat, which is a way for Pat to damage himself to have him be defeated more quickly, and also to deal some damage to the opponent, which is really nice. Brothers in Arms is a very interesting card because you might want to keep Pat alive for longer to actually get the effect, because it's a 4-value attack, which is pretty good. And after combat, if Pat is still alive, you gain an action. So you might see some utility for Achilles just using this as a 6-value attack after Pat is dead, but you might also want to gain the action if Pat is still alive and potentially attack again or just get more actions. So there's a lot at stake for whether or not Pat is alive or dead, and for both players trying to figure out when to actually defeat him will be a tricky part of this matchup. And some other Achilles cards, we have a Scheme Spear Throw. It's very simple. You just deal 2 damage to an opposing fighter in Achilles' zone. This will be useful for Achilles to actually deal some damage to Wukong because, as you saw in my match earlier, something that Wukong can do is just set up a wall of clones so that the enemy can't actually attack his hero. But with Spear Throw, you can be in the same zone as him, and even if there are clones in the way, Achilles can deal 2 damage to Wukong. And the last card, and maybe the most important card, is Battle Hardened. It's a 2-value versatile, so nothing special, but after combat, Achilles can choose a card in his discard pile and return it to his hand. This is a really powerful effect because Sun Wukong doesn't have any feints or cancel effects, so Battle Hardened will always trigger. So something that Achilles can do is, after he plays the first Battle Hardened, and it's in his discard pile, on future turns when he uses Battle Hardened, he can just choose the other Battle Hardened and put it back in his hand. So that's what I like to call cycling Battle Hardens, where you can theoretically infinitely just swap Battle Hardens and keep attacking. It's a great way to kill off clones because Wukong will be forced to waste a block card, otherwise the clone will die and you can just keep this card in your hand essentially. And it's also a decent block card because when you're not sure if Wukong is going to be playing something like an Infinite Strikes or a Jingu Bang, playing this out first might not be the worst thing in the world. So some really interesting cards here for Achilles.
Yeah, I love the point you made there about Battle Hardened being used on defense. I think that's a great way to use the card. And this matchup, I know a lot of times players want to avoid killing off Patroclus, but in this one, I feel like Wukong actually wants to kill Pat off early, because then I don't think Achilles ever really makes it through the clone wall, and with his ability online, I think he's just going to burn himself out in the deck count really quickly, trying to just hit through clones, and I don't know that he ever actually makes it through at that point. So I think Wukong wants to kill off Patroclus actually as early as possible, which is almost counterintuitive. It's the opposite of how you usually play against Achilles, and Achilles is probably going to want to keep Patroclus alive as long as possible to pull off the cards like the Battle Frenzy on Wukong himself. So it's a really interesting matchup and could definitely go either way. So Now, looks like before we go ahead and reveal the map that they're going to be playing, let's check out that how to play video one more time for anybody who is new and jumping in and wants to learn a little bit about the game that we're playing here. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals. All right, so there's how we play this amazing game. And hopefully, if any of you are watching who are new to Unmatched, definitely give it a shot. It's super easy to just jump in and start playing. And it's a game that's easy to learn and difficult to master, which is part of what makes it so good. Because these players here, Matt and Chadicular, they're just playing at such a high level that there's a lot of nuance to the game that you wouldn't necessarily catch at first glance when you first start playing, but it is incredibly easy to jump into and get addicted to with all the great matchups that you can have. So it's an awesome game. Now, it looks like we do have the map, but Freak, do you have any kind of prediction before we go ahead and reveal that? What do you think Matt is trying to look for in terms of a map?
So he's chosen to play Wukong into Achilles here, so you definitely want to abuse the fact that you can pop those clones out and create sort of a barrier that Achilles can't get around, so something that's kind of narrow that wouldn't allow him a lot of access to get to Sun Wukong himself and force him to be constantly knocking these clones out in order to get to Wukong first is what you would be looking for as the Monkey King player.
I definitely agree with that. And it looks like we are going to go to Soho. So this is quite corridor-like you mentioned, Freak.
Right.
So it's not a bad pick. I think other valid options would have been something like Yukon or Sherwood Forest. But I think all of these maps are going to be pretty good for Wukong. And I think it's really just going to come down to how Wukong navigates around Patroclus and whether or not Matt has learned the matchup, I think, enough to recognize that killing off Pat is probably a good idea in this matchup and not trying to avoid him. I think most of it's going to boil down to that, but the map is definitely going to help Wukong out building the wall and not letting Achilles reach him with all of these narrow corridor maps. So
Yeah,
it looks
this is
like
a interesting map choice, I think, because this one kind of goes both ways. Where like you're saying, I think Monkey King, in my experience with playing against Sun Wukong as Achilles, is yes, he's definitely trying to kill Pat, fatigue you as quickly as possible because he has quite a lot of sustain, and he's forcing you to kill these clones, which is gonna in turn make you draw more when Patroclus is dead. And the middle gray to like orange alley and the color zone to the yellow alley, you can just kind of post clones up there to force him to go around. You can, in a sense, do the same thing with Achilles if you want him to be blocking for Patroclus here, but I think it benefits Wukong much more to play his game like that.
Yep, I would agree. And I think one of the key cards, too, in this matchup in particular might be Blessed by Hermes, which is often kind of a forgotten card out of Achilles' deck, but it lets him move both the fighters up to 3 spaces, which isn't a ton of movement, but it's usually enough, and you can move through opposing fighters is the key part of that. So if Achilles is going to use that on defense to get through the clone wall, if Wukong tries to put those clones in those spaces you mentioned, Ethan, Achilles might be able to sneak through there and get some hits on Wukong himself. So that could definitely be a key card in the matchup that otherwise is kind of forgettable. But it looks like the players are ready. So let's go ahead and jump into Vorpal and see what happens.
So I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, I debated whether to play Yen again because it is so close. I feel like this one favors.
It seems like Wukong is starting off first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say no surprise there, right? He wants to get the clones pumping out, starting first. Obviously, it enables him to automatically get one out before his opponent has any chance to rebuttal. So, starting up the clone wall and barrage, that's inevitable when you play this character.
Yep, absolutely, and I agree with that too. Like you just want to get that the clones out there and get that started. Once you get that going, it can be tough to like as you all have said, get past that. Yeah,
It looks like Matt is choosing to mulligan this game. I think that's the first mulligan that we've seen out of them.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking, guys, if you are Matt and you're mulliganing? I mean, you do get to start first, so it's not as much of a concern about defense cards because you get to draw before your opponent does. And if you don't draw defense on your 2 maneuvers, you can really just wall up with clones and make sure Achilles can't hit you for the time being while you're trying to find those defenses, right? So with that in mind, what kind of hand do you think Matt's trying to craft here? You think he's trying to go for some kind of ideal start?
I think the card you're always looking for as soon is going to be the Phoenix form, since it just gives you so much sustain throughout the game. Other than that, Fiery Eyes, his other scheme that allows him to look at his opponent's hand and bury a card at the bottom of the deck, can also be crucial. So in this sort of matchup, if you are looking at Achilles' hands, like you said, the Hermes card that allows the through movement of both fighters is very crucial for Achilles to allow him to get in and potentially double attack Sun Wukong later in the game, or just to use it as a repositioning tool. Burying that card can be very painful. Breaking the battle hardened chain that we had mentioned previously can also put a big dent in his plans. So that scheme card or the Phoenix form would be the two that I would be mulliganing for.
I do agree with that. Both of those options, I think those are probably Wukong's most powerful tools in the matchup. So we're going to see Matt just taking a double maneuver turn as expected off the bat. He's contemplating his positioning here, counting some spaces, making sure that Achilles can't easily get to Wukong. He would have to boost with a heal or a helm at this point to be able to reach Wukong himself. And Achilles really doesn't have that much damage output while Patroclus is alive. So what he's going to have to rely on here is the auto damage from Patroclus, as well as the spear throws and recycling those spear throws with the battle hardens.
Another thing I think that is really important for pre-Pat death Achilles is Brothers in Arms, because Sun Wukong doesn't have a lot of card draw. So if you can get a bunch of extra actions with your Brother in Arms, you could potentially land some undefended hits if Wukong runs out of blocks.
And to further push the hand count there, as Achilles, you could use that double attack to, especially if you can hit Wukong, you can use the double attack to force him to use 2 defenses potentially, or just take extra damage. And as you said, Wukong doesn't have hardly any cards on it. That's going to be one of the weaknesses that you almost want to try to exploit as much as possible.
Definitely. So gaining an action is essentially card draw if you want it to be, right? Because you have the option of either maneuvering or attacking as that extra action. So it's even better than card draw because it also provides movement. Ooh, so here we're going to see an interesting situation. The clone is going to go for an attack on Achilles with Jingubang, and the Wily fighting on defense is going to kill off the clone, but as we mentioned before, that second attack of the Tricked You is still going to trigger. Even though the clone, who was the original attacker, had died off from the first combat, it still goes through. And Chad is going to defend that with a skirmish. So skirmish wins, putting Achilles adjacent to Wukong himself to start his turn.
And
I
that can
really
be
like
the kind
that.
of double-edged sword of the double attack. So benefit, you're burning 2 of your opponent's cards to your 1. The downside is you can see what the second attack is coming through and kind of adjust according to that. So he already knows the skirmish is going to win the combat. He sees the 4 coming at him, so uses that to get in close and start his turn with attack if he wants to.
Yep, great point. But interesting to note that he doesn't even take this opportunity to go for any attacks. He took a maneuver and then simply a spear throw, which is very intriguing. I would have thought that he would try to get some attacks in while he can on the Monkey King himself. But he did start his turn adjacent to Wukong, which meant it denied one of the clones from coming out.
Right, and here you see him using the Slime Monkey to reposition himself, so clone taking Wukong's place, and then Wukong can go anywhere in his zone, and then puts Achilles in a pin on the rooftop there.
Very interesting. And Wukong does have the hand advantage right now.
Is he boosting? Is that what the discard is?
I've got to think that is the case.
Well, I guess boosting just to get into a better position here. Very, very interesting. But it looks like, yeah, just trying to build
Okay.
that wall.
Interesting, though, that he doesn't want to hold the pin, right? So it looked like he was going for a pin with the Sly Monkey, but then he immediately maneuvers and boosts out just to simply get Wukong in the middle of the clone sandwich, we'll call it.
Yeah.
I think pins against Achilles can be a little dangerous for Wukong because remember that Achilles has Wily Fighting in his deck. We've already seen one of them come up, but because Wukong doesn't have any feints, the damage effect from Wily Fighting will always trigger, and that will kill a clone. So I think it's fine if Matt doesn't want to pin Achilles.
I would agree.
Yeah, it looks like he's shifting his focus towards just being in a good spot, moving a little towards center map, and trying to get towards Pat would be probably a better option here.
And here we see the Brothers in Arms crucial attack here, hitting over the Wily Fighting, which the clone used to defend. So that is going to deny the Wily Fighting after combat damage because the clone is no longer on the board to be adjacent to the opposing fighter.
Once
I
again,
think
moving.
Oh, you got it, Tristan.
Yeah. Well, once again, moving towards Wukong and preventing that clone, and just kind of delaying that clone wall even further.
Yeah, which it just shows Chad's knowledge of the matchup. You really have to just stay adjacent to Wukong as much as you can. If he's going to try to sandwich himself between clones, you've got to try to kill a clone and then move in and deny the clone generation. Because if it gets too out of hand, Phoenix form becomes too powerful and it starts a snowball effect.
Yep. And good denial, the second Sly Monkey there with the feint, so stopping him from producing another clone saves him a health and a potential additional heal from Phoenix form if it comes out. So good, very good to feint those cards.
Definitely.
Absolutely. And now, position-wise, you know, he's having to choose to figure out where to move him, and either way, he's either going to take an attack from Achilles or patch play. So now he might have to boost, but this is that's crucial. Unless Wukong boosts himself, which yeah, that's a tough call to make. But it looks like he is gonna go up north onto the rooftop again.
I do like this position because it forces at least a boost from Chad if he wants to hit the Monkey King himself. He could just, you know, take the hit on the clone, which is that's probably what I would expect to see. But you never know. It depends on what Chad has in hand. If he's got something like another Brothers in Arms, maybe he wants to go for Wukong himself. And he does choose to boost with one of the Under Achilles Helm. And I really do like that card being used to boost because I don't think you really want to use it in this matchup as anything else because if you're trying to keep Patroclus alive, you're not going to want to play a blank 2-value defense, and you're not going to want to swap Pat into the combat to take damage.
Yeah, definitely. I think as the Sun Wukong player here, a little concerned at the pace Achilles is able to play at right now. So yeah, using that high boost value to really get up in his grill before he can manage to get a lot of other clones out on the board. And wasting a chainmail here because Patroclus is going to get that 2 after combat damage off anyway.
That was a big combat interaction right there. Big win for Chad. Hitting one of those ultimate defenses out from Wukong. And honestly, Wukong cannot stop the Battle Frenzy at all with any of his cards. So
Yeah.
Chad, I'm sure, knows that, and so he's taking that opportunity while he can get it to hit Wukong with Patroclus, because you're going to want to pull off both of those Battle Frenzies before Pat dies off. So 1 of 2 down. And we're going to see that Fiery Eyes. Like you had mentioned, Ethan, the hand knowledge is great, and then being able to put down a crucial card like this other Battle Frenzy that we see in Chad's hand.
Yep.
The Day of Your Doom is another Pat card, which is very good because it can bump up to a 5, which can be big damage if Wukong plays one of his 2-value blocks, like the 72 Transformations or the Sly Monkey.
Right.
So that does come at a cost of Pat taking damage, though. But the good thing about Day of Your Doom is that it's optional, unlike Battle Frenzy. So a lot of times you can use Pat to hit clones and with Day of Your Doom, and then you could just choose not to boost it up. If they go undefended, it'll kill off the clone anyways.
It's like,
Yeah, I was wondering. I think that one is almost always going to be the better option to bury for Sun, right? Because the value changing you don't care as much about as the inevitable after combat damage. So burying that, I think, is the better of the 2 options here.
Yep. Definitely agree with the call there. It looked like he almost chose the Day of Your Doom, but then reconsidered and took the Battle Frenzy instead.
I feel like you're probably a little bummed as the Sun Wukong player here. You'd probably look for a little bit of a better option to bury at the bottom, but you'll take it, I guess.
Yep. I think a Battle Hardened or maybe a Spear Throw could have been better, but I think that Battle Frenzy was probably next up in line after those 2.
yeah, that battle hard, so that was I was hoping for Sun Wukong just to be able to see those, and I kind of want to be able to get rid of one of them, because now if he can utilize the battle and spear throws effectively, that's going to be another 6 auto damage that Achilles can get off. And so all he needs, if he can manage to get all of that auto damage, is to hit Sun Wukong for 4 damage. And that's not including the clones or the healing on the other side of that. So it's still up in the air, but yeah, it's a decent pick for what he for what he saw in his hand, and not gonna deny the Pat card early in the game.
Boosting again with another helm here.
Ooh. Another interesting thing to note is playing against Wukong is almost it's very different than playing against most other fighters. With a lot of fighters, when just the thought of ending your turn next to that fighter, you almost never do that. But with Wukong, just so that you can prevent him from spawning a clone, or that you can force him to spawn a clone and then maneuver to go away, that's a huge thing to think about when it comes to playing against Wukong. So very interesting how with the addition of these new fighters, it forces you to play this game in a way that you normally to play it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Wukong definitely forces you to play in an awkward way to optimally play around him. And right there, we did see a Sly Monkey going undefended by Achilles. So just hoping that it wasn't the Ox form there, saying, well, if it's a Jingubong, I'm happy I took nothing and wasted your card. And even here in the case of Sly Monkey, it was only 2 damage, so he's probably not too upset about that.
Sometimes you gotta take those risky calls against Wukong. Nothing you can really do about that.
And especially with Achilles having 18 health, that's a lot of health, so he can definitely afford to take some hits like he just did.
Yeah, definitely need to be comfortable using your health as a resource against Soon, because he will abuse your cards with the tortoise and the ox form. So burning you down like that, or the fake attacks, you just need to be willing to trade off some health in lieu of using additional cards.
Exactly. And there we see the brothers in arms coming in clutch here, killing off the clone that went undefended, and then he's going to yet again just end right up next to Wukong, preventing that clone from generating this next turn.
Yeah, Chad is doing a really great job utilizing all the movement effects and additional actions out of Achilles' deck right now. It's very good.
Yeah, that has to be like the 3rd or 4th time this match he's ended next to Wukong to deny him a clone.
Yeah, he's doing a great job of that for sure. Again, it just shows his expertise in the matchup. And all the players at this point have a good amount of experience in these matchups just because of the way the tournament format has played out. They've got a pretty good exposure during pools, and then they got some conquest format practice in the 2 elimination rounds leading up to the semifinals here. So they've definitely had their fair share of experience, and it shows.
Especially like this release format, because it's kind of like not speed running, but you're kind of cramming all this volume 2 study into like one compact session. So like really getting comfortable with all these characters by being forced to play all these different varying matchups. So I feel like even over just the 2-3 matches and plus pools that they've played, you learn so much about these different characters.
Definitely, and that'll help out for the next major tournament that we have. It's always interesting when new fighters are released into the roster and to see how they impact the meta in the overall grand scheme of things when you're playing a tournament that involves, every released fighter, and the possible matchups are so large, and just to see what people end up gravitating towards in terms of the fighter picks is really interesting to see. So really looking forward to that as well, seeing how these new guys shake things up.
I like that Matt left a space in between Wukong and the clone, so that on his next turn he has an actual space adjacent to him to create a new one.
Yeah, adapting a little bit to Chad's, obviously taking advantage of of any open spaces that he can squeeze himself into next to Wukong, so leaving himself some space here.
Now,
Have we seen any Hermes come out from Achilles yet? I don't think he's even used his best mobility card thus far.
I was just about to say, if he can, I'm just thinking, if he can attack with a Blessed by Hermes card, he can position himself to once again prevent Wukong from generating another clone.
And we've seen how many Sly Monkeys played? 3 out of 4, I believe?
3 out of 4, yeah. 1 left in there.
So a big thing, too, is that if you're not attacking Wukong, he cannot escape pins other than Sly Monkey. So there's only 1 more copy of Sly Monkey. So if Chad wanted to pull off a pin at some point in this matchup, he may be able to pretty safely. I don't know that that's something he wants to do necessarily, because that's putting Pat in danger, but it's always an option.
Yeah.
We are going to see the second spear
throw.
Yep. And now things look pretty bad for Wukong at the moment, with now 7 health after this clone spawning to 14, double that amount for Achilles. But we've got to see the Phoenix, and there it is.
There it is.
That was huge.
Yep. And now with each Ox transformation, he can pull that Phoenix form back into his hand and recover even more health. And I don't think he's used any of his transformation cards. So that is if he uses all of those transformations to get more Phoenix forms, you can pull it back 3 more times. He can get a potential extra 9 health from those cards if he plays it right.
Yep, and you're right. We haven't seen any of the 72 transformations yet. So definitely anyone's game still. And we see, again, Matt leaving that one open space. Very smart, just in case one of the clones dies off over on Achilles' side there. He can still spawn one in. And we've yet to see an Ox form be played yet, but I got to expect Matt to go after Patroclus at some point pretty soon. He knows that the Day of Your Doom is in Chad's hand from that Fiery Eyes that he played earlier, and he knows the other Battle Frenzy is at the bottom of the deck. So I think Matt's going to want to take out Pat pretty soon here with Achilles getting lower in the deck count.
You do see the Day of Your Doom being discarded though then. So that's, that's at least one of them though.
So here we see the Battle Harden is going to recycle a Spear Throw. Great card to recycle by Chad. And now that second copy of Battle Harden can start the loop like you had mentioned, Taylor.
I think once he draws that second Battle Hardened, it'll be a really good tool for killing off clones because it'll put Sun Wukong in a tricky situation where he has to decide whether or not to waste a block card saving a clone, but it's only a Battle Hardened, and that doesn't take a card out of Chad's hand, essentially.
Ooh, here we see the second Fiery Eyes.
I was just about to comment and say, I think as the Wukong player here, you need to wait to guarantee the Battle Hardened break here, or ensure that he has the other one in his hand. I guess he knows that he just took the other Spear Throw back, so maybe he's trying to just get that out of here, and that way he can only recycle it one more time, so only 2 more auto damage if he opts to use the Battle Hardened that way, or he'll have to choose to cycle the Battle Hardens.
Yeah, the Spear Throw isn't a bad choice to put at the bottom. You at least know that it's going to be at the end of the deck.
Right.
And you don't have to worry about it until you see another Battle Hardened, but then that would sacrifice the loop, so... Not a bad time for Fiery Eyes.
That's his second Fiery Eyes, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay, so the Battle Hardened loop is the possibility of it, I should say, is alive and well for Chad to use here.
Yeah, absolutely.
That
Very
might...
interesting state of the game right now.
Yeah, it really is, and that Battle Hardened loop might be crucial in this game here. Okay, good defense. I like this by Matt, just throwing out a 72 on defense with a clone. He's like, well, I don't care if the clone dies off, but I'm still going to cycle my Phoenix form. And the test for weakness will not kill with that first attack, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Matt just take the Relentless Assault and let the clone die off.
He might defend it if he wants to recycle a Phoenix form.
Yeah, I was about to say because he can't spawn a clone, and so because of that, if he wants to use the Phoenix form right away to get to the health, he needs that clone to stay alive and well. So we will see that he cycles now in and defends the clone with highly fighting instead.
The Phoenix form was actually the only form he's played so far this game.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single other one, so might be looking to try and throw something out if he can keep that clone alive again. Looks like he might defend a second time here.
I do like the Tortoise form defense here.
Yeah.
Really wants that clone dead.
Yep, Chad says nope, that clone is going down. But that is gonna... So Matt, he didn't leave a space in between this time, so he's gonna have to hold off on using that Phoenix form, which kind of helps Chad with the snowball effect here. He can have one more turn to try and kill off a clone, and then if Wukong wants to respawn, and then Chad kills another clone, right? It's kind of like a cycle where Wukong's never going to get up to 3 clones if Chad kills one every turn. So Matt's going to have to invest some cards into defending these clones at some point in order to get that max Phoenix form value, or he's going to have that last copy of Sly Monkey, which there's only one left out of, what is this, 14, 15 remaining cards. So definitely Chad's going to try his best to not make it easy for Wukong to get that free healing.
Another aspect to think about this, with the constant use of Phoenix form, while he does get that healing, it also means he has less damage to potentially deal with the Ox form. And so with that, you may run into a situation where, once we get to exhaustion, and again, Achilles isn't anywhere close to being near exhaustion. He actually has deck advantage. But if it does get to exhaustion, then Sun Wukong doesn't have a whole lot of damage output, and Achilles can utilize that to his advantage as well.
Another thing to note, if you do go to exhaustion, the clones cannot move. You can't really produce any clones in exhaustion because they'll all die from the maneuver damage.
Yeah, that's a great point. Definitely something important to keep in mind for Matt here, because he is down in the deck count, like you said, Tristan, and that could change very quickly if Matt kills off Patroclus, but he's going to have to get him off the board at some point, probably in the near future, or else the exhaustion could be more of a problem for Matt than it is for Chad.
Yeah, the question is, when are you going to pull the trigger as Achilles? What kind of key cards are you waiting for to come out as you're okay, let's go, to get on in there? When you're when you're getting this point in Achilles' deck, you're gonna have to discard the 2 cards eventually if Patroclus dies, unless you can somehow manage to keep him alive until the end of the game. So you really are concerned about the 2 that you're gonna discard if you get to that point, because your deck is gonna be so limited after the fact.
Right. And like at a point right now where Chad only has 2 cards in hand, you definitely don't want to go empty-handed after Pat dies off, because then not only do you not have defense if Wukong is able to make an attack and you're relying on drawing defense, but also you don't even have any attacks. So if Wukong is out of range of Achilles, you cannot attack that turn that it happens, so you simply have to take a double maneuver turn, which is not the best for Achilles. And even after the double maneuver, you might not have any defense still, and so you're just in a tough spot regardless. Ooh, that was a big win for Chad right there. We are going to see the test for weakness into a Tortoise. So, of course, the Tortoise will block the 1, but then we have a 3 coming at the clone. And does Matt want to spend another card?
Really tough call to make here. Keep your clone alive by spending another card to potentially heal for more with that Phoenix, or do you really not want to let Achilles in here?
So you got to think Matt's probably contemplating right now using one of those ultimate defense cards to keep that clone alive, so he's able to spawn the 3rd clone and get that max heal off the Phoenix.
Yeah,
and there, yep, we see the bewilderment. I think that was well played by Matt. I think he kind of needed to do that right there. Get this Phoenix form, get the value out of it now, because you got to think too, there's 2 other 72 transformations in his hand or somewhere in the deck. And if he has them in hand, they're essentially dead cards until you use the Phoenix form.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely wants to be equal or healthier than Achilles going into exhaustion, because you buried that 2nd spear throw, correct? That's at the bottom of the deck, so you need to count on that 2 damage showing up at the back end of the game.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, I will correct myself real quick, too. He did have the Tortoise forms now in the discard pile, but that's not exactly what you want to be recycling, at least in this matchup.
Yep, absolutely. Well, when you think of passes as well, like the only thing that's going to give Sun Wukong a pass is that Phoenix form, and so those 72 transformations are not only needed just to provide the healing, but also to provide a pass to prevent exhaustion as well.
Right.
Achilles only has the spear throw. But because he has the battle hardened, if he can get himself into that battle hardened loop and be able to just recycle those cards, it means he can afford to be a little bit more aggressive and just be constantly on the attack. Because if he's attacking, and not only is Sun Wukong potentially defending and utilizing a card that's one card he can't use to attack, but it means that Achilles isn't drawing from his deck and would have a little bit more of an advantage in regards to just keeping that aggression as far as the exhaustion game goes.
Building off of that, Tristan, I think a really good time for Matt to try to kill Pat is once he knows Chad has the second battle hardened in his hand, so that when Pat dies, he can try to randomly discard that from his hand. Especially if Chad is going to go for a battle hardened loop, killing off Pat once you know a copy is in Achilles' hand will, I think, be really good for Matt.
Looks like he's maneuver boosting with the Ryu Jingu bomb here. Nope, taunting laughter, actually.
Laughter, yep. So that'll be 4. So this is, I think, what Matt needs to do. Send essentially one clone out as like the scout, right, to go do the dirty work, while Wukong sits there sandwiched in between 2 of the other clones. And if that clone dies off, you just spawn a new one, and you kind of rinse and repeat from here. So we're going to see the Achilles heel being played, fully blocking the Infinite Strikes. But Infinite Strikes does gain Matt an action, so we can see another attack here.
Via Ox form coming out finally, yep.
Yeah,
You got it, you called it. Let's see if Chad's going to boost the skirmish or take the 3. Got to imagine he's going to boost with something.
Ooh.
There you go.
Couldn't have picked a much better card to boost your defense with right there.
Yes.
That'll do it.
Now, I love that because, again, I think Helm is best used to boost in this matchup. You can boost over Tortoise forms with it for damage. You can boost up against the Ox like we just saw. And you don't want to use it as a normal defense card as you normally would because you want to keep Pat safe. So that was great use right there. And the skirmish will win the combat against the Ox, so if Chad wanted the movement, he can get it. But it looks like he doesn't even want the movement. He doesn't care about that. Gonna kill off that clone with the Brothers in Arms. And he looks like he's gonna probably do a double maneuver turn after that.
Yep.
It's a very tight game going into the last 10 cards or so in each player's deck. Only 1 in hand for each of them at the moment.
I think that was a really good play by Matt there to be really aggressive with that clone because you saw how Chad kind of retreated with Pat and Achilles. That's kind of like, to me at least, I interpret that like body language as Achilles maybe not having very many block cards. And it turned out that he did with that skirmish. But I like that play from Matt there a lot. I think that was a great time to bust out the Ox form.
Yeah.
I agree, and I really like that point you just brought up, that term, the body language, because the way people play often can give away information about their hand. I gotta say, though, it's not looking too favored towards either side. I mean, we have, what, 272 transformations left?
I really wouldn't have a guess. If you asked me to pick who's going to win right now, I wouldn't be able to tell you. It's extremely tight.
Yeah. It's exactly what you want to see in a tournament semifinals here. Looks like Matt's got his cheerleader there. Giving him the good luck.
Yeah. Yeah, did he use Phoenix form twice or 3 times?
I believe he's used it twice, is that right?
I think so.
Twice with 2 transformations remaining, or he pulled, how many transformations is he left?
I think he'll have 2 transformations in it, because I don't think he hasn't used any transformations yet to pull any other forms yet.
Are they sorting the discard piles now to try to...
Yeah, it looks like they
visualize
are.
that?
This is the point in the game where you really just gotta double check your counting and make sure that you're tracking the deck correctly, because deck tracking is a huge part of competitive Unmatched. You got to know what options your opponent has available to them, because although all the combat interactions are essentially blind, you know, it's a toss-up on what card your opponent is playing. You got to at least run through the options and the different scenarios of what happens if they play X card or Y card and figure out what is best for the situation.
Well, and I often like to describe it as kind of like a puzzle that's unfolding as you play the game, because one of the important things to understand with the cards is that once you use all of the cards that you have available of that type, let's say, you know, once now that uh, uh, Unmatched has used, you know, 2 Taurus forms, we know that he doesn't have any Taurus forms left in his hand, and so that's one less card you can use to potentially, you know, trick your opponent into thinking it could be that, right? It means there are less options that you have to think about as the attacker or the defender going into a skirmish or like just a battle. So the more you reveal about, you know, what you have in your hand or what may not have in your hand, and then that also, you know, that puzzle kind of pieces together as to where the win condition is, where you know, what cards you should be using, and so just being able to know what cards and how many are left in your opponent's hand is crucial to playing this game competitively.
Definitely. You want to just be able to check options off the list of consideration as you go. I like your analogy there, though, the puzzle that unfolds as you're playing it. Now, it looks to me like Matt boosted with a Taunting Laughter, but had miscounted his spacing. I think it looked like he was assuming the clone would be able to reach Achilles and hit him for an attack.
Yeah, he thought Achilles was still standing in that spot that he had done the same sort of maneuver boost combination to prior, but he's one space further
Yep,
left
just
into the
one
blue
space.
zone.
You're right.
Yeah.
And that means he's just going to simply have to maneuver again, which is very unfortunate for Matt. That could end up making a big impact in this game here.
Yeah, and Soon's gonna have 3 transformations left. He can essentially, you know, attack and cycle that Phoenix form without maneuvering and drawing cards 3 more times. So the hand disparity from earlier is, yeah, slowly regaining its way into Wukong's favor as we near exhaustion.
So we are going to see a boost here from Chad. Smart by Matt to go just out of range, you know, of Achilles. Force that boost. You want to make as many cards as you can wasted at this point. Chad accidentally, I think, flipping a card over there is a bit unfortunate.
One thing I want to ask Tristan about was I really liked his point earlier about identifying your win condition. So Tristan, how do you think Pat relates to both of these players' win conditions? Do you think they want to keep him alive or want to kill him?
I would say it's very tough because as Wukong, I mean, I think for Achilles, Pat needs to be alive. I think you need to try and get to exhaustion. Unfortunately, 72 transformations is going to be a little bit tough to get there because now you have even more healing. Um, However, I think I don't think Achilles at this point can win by kind of done and getting that extra damage because of the clone wall and everything. I think for Wukong, if you're talking at this state in the game, I almost think it might be slightly in Kong's favor, just because of the fact that he can get that transformation off. I think it'd be more advantageous to get if he's able to get Pat to die off. I think that would work in his favor. However, I don't think he should exhaust too many of his resources because if he does that too much, well then he's not going to have enough to make it through the rest of the game. So I think he just needs to play it safe a little bit here and just kind of force the trade to do this kind of thing and playing into the form field.
The only thing I would add into this for a win condition for Matt is I think you really want to kill off Patroclus, not necessarily for, you know, Achilles' ability at this point, because it's not going to make too much of a difference, but more so you want to deny that second copy of the Battle Frenzy, which we know is the second to last card in Chad's deck.
Yep. But here's the thing, if it gets to exhaustion and Achilles starts to die off, well then Pat only has so many turns left. He can only take 2 maneuvers in exhaustion, and so if he plans on getting that Battle Frenzy, which most likely it's going to hit a clone, he's going to have to do that. He's going to have to prepare for that fairly quickly.
Definitely. And at some point, the 2 random discards are going to matter because Achilles just isn't going to have any more resources available to him, right? And he's going to be forced into double maneuver turns because he just doesn't have anything to use. So that is a big threat. And I think, unfortunately for Chad, it just looks like he hasn't found that other copy of Battle Hardened yet. I would have imagined maybe that last attack, if he had found the Battle Hardened, he probably would have thrown it out there. But still yet to see it. So the Battle Hardened loop is great in the early game and the mid game, but if it gets to this late in the game, it's definitely much worse because you just don't have enough attack opportunities to really make use of the loop. Looks like we having just a little bit of connection issues here for Matt, but
Both players at the same count as far as card advantage, both with 5 in hand, 3 in the deck. Wukong does, he's going to be going next, and he'll have to maneuver here at least once, if not twice, if he chooses not to hit, Achilles or Pat here.
now I would love to see a boost here from Matt and get an attack, maybe even just on Patroclus and sandwich Wukong. Maybe not sandwich, but at least block Wukong off using the clones to make sure Achilles can't reach him, and go for an attack on Pat.
Yeah, I think now is about as good a time as any to try and go for the kill on Patroclus' Wukong here.
Negate that extra damage you might be taking from Battle Frenzy and just especially if you have something that, like an Ox form, just to get rid of that, I think it's going to be huge here.
That also would turn the Battle Frenzy in Chad's deck into effectively a dead card if Matt was able to kill Pat before Achilles can draw it.
And it looks like he's about to attempt at boosting in with the Ryu Jingu Bong here.
Which I believe is his last card, right?
He's been boosting with the double attacks and the and the taunting laughter, so yeah, it could very well be his last one.
Now, Ox is not what you want to see when you throw out a feint.
No.
Because the feint can't cancel the Ox. It really doesn't matter. Ox is a printed value of 7, so unless he's got another Helm, Patroclus is in for some trouble here. He's got a boost with a, 2 value to keep him alive?
Yeah, two or higher to keep him alive.
And I know Achilles actually has a lot of low boost values. He's used a lot of the high ones, so he might not even have that available to him.
I mean, he is thinking, so I wonder if he does have it. You have to think he has it somewhere if it's not a clear decision quite yet. But whether he wants to use it, that's a huge question mark.
Well, let's think. What are the 2 or higher boost value cards that he might not want to get rid of at this point? He's used all the heals, which are 2s. I believe he's used all of the test for weakness, which are 3s. Or does he have one more test for weakness available?
Looking like there might be one more test in there. All the brothers and arms are out. We still haven't seen any of the Hermes cards. I'm assuming he's probably saving those for exhaustion to try and utilize movement without maneuvering, taking damage.
Yep, and those are at 1 boost value as well, so that wouldn't save him
Right.
here. So you got your one last copy of Battle Hardened. You got the
Yeah.
test for weakness. You got the one more helm, I believe.
And there it is.
And that was
Oh,
it, the Battle
wow.
Hardened. He's going to sacrifice that loop.
Yeah,
Not
it's
even the
decision
loop,
time here,
but
so...
he's going to sacrifice a spear throw, essentially, to keep Pat alive right there.
Right. Deciding that's what he has to do, keep him alive.
That's
Not worth taking advantage of the loop here. He'd rather prioritize keeping Pat up.
yeah. Well, and here's the thing though. That's not just extra damage. That's an extra pass.
Right.
So that's we'll see how this plays out. But yeah, does indeed get rid of that battle. We'll see how this plays out. But I think Wukong has enough to just edge it out.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It's looking pretty Wukong favored at this point, but just like Ethan said earlier, though, the clones die off in fatigue, so the Phoenix form isn't really going to be able to heal at all once we hit exhaustion here.
Yeah, he needs to make sure. I'm not sure how many feints Achilles has left. He might have used both, but not feigning any of the 72 transformations, I think, is going to come back to bite him if he can't make that happen.
Yep.
Yeah, he does, it looks like, have one more feint available to him. Achilles has 3 in the deck. It looks like he's played 2.
But interesting that Matt chose to make another clone here and maneuver, since he only has 1 card in his deck, so he's got to be hoping to use that last 72 relatively soon, like this turn, you'd think.
Right. That is both Ox forms used, though, so if the 72 doesn't come out, I really don't think Wukong has any damage left. Right? We've seen him continuously boosting with Taunting Laughters. We've seen all the Jingu Bongs used, the Wily Fightings. So there's only one more Taunting Laughter, it looks like, 1 Sly Monkey, and 172 for offensive options.
Now he does have the 2 big defense cards, and once Achilles goes into, his big rage mode, that means that even if he gets extra damage off, it's not going to matter because he has those 2 defense cards.
Right. And there we saw a boosted maneuver by Matt into an attack with the Taunting Laughter, that last Taunting Laughter that got feinted by Chad.
I think Matt might think that he maybe doesn't need more offense if he can just wall up and survive like fatigue damage with his higher health pool, although he won't be able to wall up in exhaustion, as Ethan pointed out earlier, so he'll be relying on those ultimate defense cards that Tristan just pointed out.
Right.
Again, having Achilles have that spear throw with the pass, it's 2 damage, but that 2 damage could be, 1 turn less that Wukong is through, and it could be the 1 turn that he needs to be able to survive long enough to win. So Achilles, at least without doing any of the further calculations, it isn't out of this yet.
But as, we know that the card he just drew is that Battle Frenzy, and then the next card he draws next turn is going to be the Spear Throw, and then he's going to have to either use the Spear immediately, or he's going to end up risking losing it to Fatigue here, because the 2 random discards are still going to kick in and knock 2 of those remaining cards out. So I don't think that Achilles necessarily has enough output left.
Yeah, does anyone know the third to last card that Chad has besides the Spear Throw and the Battle Frenzy? Is it the second Hermes?
It's the second helm, yeah. He used one of them last turn.
Well, and if he uses the Spear Throw, that means both the Hermes card and the Pat card are discarded, he has no damage output or way to defend, and so what even if it's just a small attack Wukong can make, that's still damage that will not be defended.
Right.
So Matt said he or you got it 0.
Yeah, he is gonna make a clone there. Interesting because it's essentially his last turn with the clones, and so this has got to be the 72 coming out right now, right? It's just telegraphed.
Yeah, and I think he's out of feints right on Achilles, so nothing you can do there. That other Phoenix is going to come back.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that'll be his first action next turn, and then maneuver, and the clones will die off, but he'll get his pass, and he'll get his heal.
Right, yeah, so he timed that pretty well, and unfortunately for Achilles, unless he... I mean, he can attack, maneuver, keep Pat alive for one more turn, but Patroclus is dead within 2 turns, regardless.
Yep.
Yeah. And looking back to Matt's last turn when he attacked with the taunting laughter, that got feinted. That was a really good play by him because I guess Chad expected him to pull out the 72 early, and we saw Matt with a little bit of patience there. I guess, calculated or not, he had time to not play it. So avoiding getting that third 72 feinted, I think, is going to seal the game for Chad here.
Yep, I think you're right. That was really a good call out by Matt. We see an attack with Hermes killing off the clone, gets the maneuver effect, well, the movement effect, and then Chad will draw his last card, being the spear throw. And he's not even going to be able to use the spear throw because immediately next turn, once he maneuvers, Pat will die off and instantly discard the last 2 cards that Chad has. So unless Wukong starts his turn in Achilles' zone, which he's just not going to, there's no more hope really for Chad. It's about game over.
Yep.
We're just going to go through the motions here to finish it out. And, I mean, this is just really interesting, right? Because we see Patroclus surviving to the very end, but still somewhat of an uphill battle for Achilles.
Yeah.
So we'll see the Phoenix and then the maneuver, and Chad is in that green zone currently.
Down comes the wall, though.
Yeah, he just needs to not end in the same zone as Achilles here.
Yeah,
So he's gotta step over.
I think he didn't move Wukong.
Very interesting.
Okay, so Chad gets the spear throw.
Yeah, interesting. Again, I mean, I don't think it's going to matter, but...
No.
Hey, it's all about health differential.
It's about making it look good on paper.
Exactly.
Wukong going down to 7, and then 5. Achilles going from 7 down to 3. Wukong going down to a single health remaining, and
wow,
Achilles will die off in the end.
Wow. So close. And I think, Chadicular had a really good opening for Achilles against Wukong. He stopped him from creating too many clones. He was able to get in and get some good attacks off.
He even ate one of the attacks. That was a good call too. He ate one of the 72s for 2. It was about as good as you could ask for. I think the only thing he could have maybe done to make a difference was he had to feint one of those 72s to try and nullify a little bit of the healing, but he played it about as well as you could, especially with this map against Wukong. I think he played it very well.
Yep, yeah. I would agree. And there you have it. Wukong beating out Achilles with 1 health left. So let's take a minute to listen in on the players.
That was my only option. It's
you know
not.
What?
It's not sexy, but because I could have pulled an Ox form and tried to get some damage in, but
Yeah, that's what I was expecting, honestly. I think you had it either way. I think so, because then I keep Yeah, what really did it for me was you attacking Pat with the Ox form. I was expecting you to attack Pat. I just didn't expect the Ox form. I mean, it made sense for you to do it, but I then didn't have any high boost cards. They were all ones except for the one card in my hand, or which was battle hardened, and that really sucked because I was planning on using that battle hardened. You ran up when you ran up with your little dude, and just right now, over here, you ran up with your little dude and you attacked me. And you with your 72 transformations. If I still had my Badmol hardened, I would have cycled it and not taken any damage. Um, and just cycled it. Um, so that would have really helped me out. I think. Matt, are you here? Am I here?
That's awesome.
All right, guys. So we are going to see Wukong get the win over Achilles, and we're going to have the same deciding game here of Yananga versus Achilles as we saw in the last semifinal. So what a game we had right there, though. I really could not tell who was going to win up until near the very end. It was anyone's game, and as we've mentioned, it was just really well played by both players. And, you know, sometimes Wukong just gets what he needs, and you're just not able to penetrate the clone wall. So unfortunate for Achilles, but well played. And I don't think it's too much of a surprise, but at least Matt has he pushed it to game 3, and he's not going to get 0-2'd. And I still think it's going to be anyone's match to win with Yananga and Achilles both remaining. What are you guys' thoughts on the game that we just saw? Any surprises?
No, wouldn't say I'm all that surprised. That's pretty much like you said, how we expect it played out. He picked a narrow map, kind of abused the clones. I thought that Chad did about as well as you could ask of an Achilles player in that matchup. Got in early, did what he could, kept Pat alive the whole dang time. Yeah, I don't know. Very impressive Achilles gameplay. Nothing you can do there. Just a really tough matchup. But he does get map pick here since he lost that one. So that's kind of what we were discussing earlier going into this game. What fighter was he going to choose to go with first? So now he's on the back foot, so to put it, as Yananga into this Achilles matchup, because Achilles is going to be able to pick a map that's going to benefit him more.
So with Chad getting map pick, I know in the previous semifinal we had seen Yananga with the map pick. Tristan, what do you think Chad is gonna lean towards for the map with Achilles into Yananga?
I mean, I know what he's definitely going to avoid. We have Memorial Bend, but we'll see a lot of other ranges. Will be that won't be picked. Something like a Sherwood Forest, Raptor Pattern. I think those are all matchups that would heavily favor Yanenga, not only just with just the ranges, but also just the way the zones are made on that map, the way that she can utilize the positioning to deflect some of that damage onto her archers and be able to really utilize a lot of those zones, and yet you still want to have a system. So there, I would love to see almost like a Sarpedon pick. I know there's a United can still do some damage with that range, but there's a lot of single spaces or single zone spaces, I should say. There's a room to be able to maneuver when you're outside of the Unenga zone or where Unenga has to position her fighters in a specific way on the map in order to utilize her special ability. I personally would love to see that pick from Achilles, but I don't think there is, at least for myself, one that stands above the other.
Sure. I do think Sarpedon would probably be a good pick because, as you mentioned, there's a lot of single zone spaces. And now, if we're assuming that Sarpedon does get picked, Taylor, what do you think is going to be the game plan for Matt going into that game if it ends up being something like Sarpedon? Because in your game, you got to choose going second as Yananga on Marmoreal, and that worked out decently well. And I mean, you're able to play more of a fatigue-oriented game plan from the start, right? Because you're able to set up Jaws of the Beast on defense to block some of those big hits from Achilles. But if it is a map like Sarpedon, where Jaws of the Beast is often probably just a 4-value defense, how do you think that changes the matchup? Or doesn't
really
it?
Interesting. It's a really interesting question, just because, again, it comes down to how both players go around dealing with Pat. In my matchup, I tried to not kill Pat right away, just because I think Yanenga's defenses aren't the best to deal with Mad Achilles for like a large portion of the game, and especially on Sarpedon with the lack of good spaces to play Jaws of the Beast on. I think Yanenga has to delay killing Pat even longer than I did in my game, just because she won't be able to take sustained damage if Jaws is only a 4 every time.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And with that said, I mean, it's less about burning Achilles out. If you're not going to be burning him out by killing off Pat and having him run through his deck, I mean, what is your win condition, right? Are you just looking to get some kind of well-timed combo turn on the turn that maybe Pat does die and catch him without defense to get some big damage?
I would think so. Either that or trying to get lucky and hoping that Achilles doesn't draw under the helm early, so that when you do actually, if you go for a combo turn while Pat is still alive, they can't swap spaces. But again, the Yanenga player really doesn't have any good way of knowing that. So I think what you said, when you have to time the death perfectly and then try to combo him that turn or the next turn, I think that is Yanenga's window for victory. And if Achilles can survive past that turn, I think Yanenga is done for.
I would agree. Yanenga, just like you said, doesn't have the defenses, can't really stop the onslaught of Mad Achilles. So, again, like we're just repeating over and over. It's really the case, I think, with every matchup involving Achilles. The timing of Pat's death is almost everything. And it is going to vary from matchup to matchup on when you want that to happen, and of course the specific game state that they're in, the hand counts and all kinds of factors. So it's really a very volatile. Achilles is a very volatile fighter, and every matchup needs to be really closely evaluated. You got to have a plan going in on how to deal with Pat, so to speak. So we are going to have Achilles versus Yanenga. We know that. We are waiting on the map information, but while we're waiting, let's go ahead and check out a quick how to play video once more for anybody new popping into the stream, just to see how we go about playing Unmatched. Unmatched is a card-based tactical fighting game featuring various characters from history, literature, and fantasy. The goal? Reduce the opposing hero's health to 0. Players take turns performing any combination of 2 actions, from maneuvering, scheming, or attacking. A maneuver causes the player to draw a card from their deck and lets them move any of their fighters around the board. They may increase the distance of their move by discarding a card known as a boost. When a scheme card is played, simply follow the text on the card to complete the action. For an attack, the turn player will choose a card from their hand to place face down for combat. The opponent will have the option to place one of their cards down as defense. The value on the cards will determine the damage dealt in combat. Melee fighters can only attack adjacent spaces, while ranged fighters can also attack any space within their color-coordinated zone. Some characters have sidekicks to help them out, and others fight solo. Each hero has their own unique abilities and deck of cards to bring the character to life. Because in battle, there are no equals. All right, so there you have it. That's how we play Unmatched. And we've already seen a lot of action today, and it is going to close out after this game here. We are going to have our second finalist after this, and we'll see who Joshua's opponent is going to be. And for anybody who is planning on watching the stream tomorrow, hopefully all of you are, in addition to more who are not currently viewing, but it's going to start at 10 a.m. Eastern, just like we did this morning, and it's going to be the best of 5 grand finals instead of a best of 3, with a little bit of a unique format that we haven't tried out yet, because both players are going to essentially have all 4 fighters from the box available to them, and they are going to have to play games back and forth, taking turns picking their fighter, and you're going to have to get a win with 3 out of the 4. And so it's going to be really interesting to see if people really just try to avoid Bloody Mary and try to get a win with the other 3, or if some people are going to try to throw their opponent off by getting a win with Mary, maybe into a matchup like Yananga, as we've seen her have some good success with that one. But it's going to be really interesting regardless. And so definitely tune in tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. You don't want to miss it. And now that we know the matchup is going to be Achilles versus Yananga, as that is the only remaining fighter for both players, let's go ahead and jump into the deck lists and see what they're all about. So we will start off with Yananga. And how about, Taylor, I'll have you run us through Yananga.
Sure.
Seeing as you played her, you know, in your same matchup here just earlier today.
Yeah. Although, since I lost, I'm no expert for sure, but...
Now you played it really well. You know what you're doing.
You have that much more wisdom now to tell us about her with.
Yeah, exactly. You can tell us how not to play at least, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. So, Yananga, we've talked about how Yananga will probably have to combo Achilles to death, especially after Pat dies, in order to achieve victory. And a lot of her key cards revolve around attacking multiple times in the same turn or just gaining a bunch of actions. So the first card we have for her, again, is Rain of Arrows. It highlights the Battle of Legends Volume 2 new card mechanic, and that is the bonus attack. So Rain of Arrows is just a 3-value attack, but after combat, another 3-value attack gets triggered, and that's Volley. So just 2 3-value attacks, it's kind of basic, but if Yananga can land at least one of these unblocked, that's 3 damage. That's pretty good for her. Surprise Volley is a 3-value attack that immediately after the attack is played, Yananga can choose to either return a defeated archer to a space in the opposing fighter's zone, and then that archer actually becomes the attacker, or Yananga can choose to gain an action. So I really like using this card to gain actions, and of course using those gained actions to attack more, but there is a lot of value in returning archers back, because Yananga's ability lets her distribute damage that her hero takes to her sidekicks. So gaining archers back can be a really good way to survive a little bit longer, especially against Achilles, who can deal a lot of damage. Master of the Hunt is a very simple scheme. It just gives you 2 actions. This is a great way to be able to attack multiple times per turn. Or, as we saw Matt do in the first game, he used Master of the Hunt to maneuver and get more cards, and also play schemes like One with the Land. And speaking of One with the Land, it's the other Yananga scheme that she has that lets her move each of her fighters up to 2 spaces, and they each recover 1 health. So remember how I said Yananga can distribute damage she takes to her archers? Well, if both of her archers are damaged, because they are 2 health sidekicks, so they have more health than the typical multi-sidekick would have, Yananga can actually heal them back up to 2 health with this card, and that essentially heals Yananga for 3, because if she's healing the archers that took damage that she redistributed to them, that's just it's a really good way to get value out of this card. And of course it draws a card, so it's kind of like a heal and a maneuver all in one, since it lets you move all your fighters and draw. Really powerful card if you can use it at the right time. And the last key card we have for Yananga is Stallion Charge, which is a 3-value versatile that after combat lets Yananga move up to 5 spaces, and she may move through opposing fighters with this movement. And after she finishes moving, every opposing fighter that she moved through gets dealt 1 damage. So 1 damage isn't a lot in the grand scheme of things, especially when Achilles has a a health total of 18 hero HP. But there are 3 copies of this, and it could be useful for repositioning herself, especially if she places on defense. She can move 5 spaces and set herself up for a bunch of attacks on her turn. So Yenenga has a lot of really cool cards. Most of them revolve around attacking a lot or gaining more actions. And we see a new key card come up is Shield Formation. This is the other way to get archers back in addition to Surprise Volley. But there are only 2 copies of Shield Formation and 3 copies of Surprise Volley. So it's a total of 5 potential archers she could get back. Shield Formation is a block card only. You can only play it on defense. And it says immediately, so right after you play it, your opponent may discard a card. And if they don't, you get an archer back to a space in Yenenga's zone. This is a really powerful effect because most of the time your opponent doesn't want to let you get an archer back. They really don't want to let you be able to distribute more health to the archer. So they're probably going to discard a card, and especially if you've just attacked them multiple times and they've had to spend a bunch of block cards, maybe their hand count is pretty low. This is a really punishing effect because they're probably going to want to discard a card, and if they only have like 2 or 3 cards in their hand, getting that count lower is going to be a really good way to set up more unblocked attacks on them.
Yep, and adding on for Shield Formation, not only do the opponents, at least in this matchup, Achilles versus Yenenga, not only does Achilles not want the archers to come back because it's more health for Yenenga, but those bodies can definitely get in the way if Patroclus has died off and Achilles is going to be running through his deck to exhaustion. The extra bodies that he has to hit through can be very punishing. So let's go ahead and take one last look at Achilles' deck. And Ethan, if you want to run us through Achilles.
Yeah, sure. So we'll start off with under Achilles' Helm. So this is a card that allows Patroclus to swap places with Achilles and become the target of the attack. So this is one of the main ways, or especially the big defensive way, that you're going to deal damage to Patroclus. So essentially tricking your opponent into attacking him instead of Achilles, while also allowing Achilles to reposition himself and swap their positioning. So big boost value. We saw it a lot last game, him using it to run all around the map, kind of reposition Patroclus to determine, when you want to kill him off exactly. So using it to either maneuver them with a high boost value to where you want to go, or using it to eat a large attack that you'd rather not have Achilles take. Next up is going to be the Patroclus Battle Frenzy cards. So as we've discussed earlier, Achilles' ability is once Patroclus is defeated, he's going to randomly discard 2 cards, and then he gets a permanent buff for the rest of the game where the value of all his attack cards will increase by 2. So playing around the death of Patroclus is just the sort of puzzle that you have to deal with when you're playing up against this character. So this after combat effect deals 2 damage to the both fighters in the combat, so Patroclus as well as the target. Brothers in Arms, another very key card that allows Achilles or Patroclus to gain an action as long as Pat is still alive. So 4 value attack that gains additional action can be used to kind of chain together some attacks for Achilles if he's still has Pat around. So the ability to maneuver in, attack, and then maneuver back out if you want to, or chain together some attacks off of that card. Achilles' only scheme card, the Spear Throw, so just deal 2 damage to any one fighter in his zone. 2 copies of that in his deck that can also be recycled by the next card, Battle Harden. Just a 2 value versatile, so attack or defense, that allows you to choose a card in your deck and put it in your hand. So we discussed the last game creating the chain with these 2 Battle Harden copies, so once one is discarded and the second one comes out, you can essentially permanently recycle these as long as one of them doesn't happen to get discarded, or you can bring back, whichever card you'd like to, be it a Spear Throw or Brothers in Arms, whatever best suits your needs at that time.
Yeah, and the loop that we mentioned with Battle Hardened, I think, is going to be especially good in this matchup, just like it was in the Wukong matchup, because Yenenga also doesn't have any cancels, similar to Wukong, and those archers getting in the way can definitely be annoying, and I think Achilles is going to have to you know, take out those archers to get to Yanenga and deal real damage. So the battle hardened loops can definitely help out. And with that said, we do have the map. It is going to be Raptor Paddock. So let's check out the map here, and we've seen Raptor Paddock before, and you got to think if Chad is choosing this map, he's also probably choosing to start first, because he probably wants to just get a good aggressive start against Yanenga, maybe just take the hand advantage right off the bat, so that he has more options and potentially more defenses if Yanenga goes for a combo turn. And now I think also part of the reason might be due to the zoning on this map. I think there are a lot of hard cutoffs, so Yanenga doesn't necessarily have free reign like she would on something like Marmoreal. And also the fact that Jaws of the Beast from Yanenga is not likely to bump up more than a 4 value when it comes to defense. So once Achilles becomes enraged from Patroclus dying off, he should be able to reliably deal huge damage to Yanenga with his big attacks, and also be able to reach her pretty easily, as Raptor Paddock is quite a tight map. So I do like the choice here by Chad, and looks like they are ready. So let's jump on over to Vorpal, and we'll see how this game unfolds.
Yeah, and it looks like he is opting to start in the
Okay,
first position
good to
as
go.
Achilles.
Perfect.
Yep,
All right.
as expected there. Let's see what they do for mulligans. Ooh, I think this is the first time we're going to see both players throw out a mulligan.
Double
You know,
mully.
I almost changed my mind.
Interesting.
We could be off to a very unique start to this match, depending on what both players draw now.
Definitely. Fully new hands randomized, and they're just at the mercy of the card draw here.
You think Chad maybe mulliganed specifically to find pack cards, Freak? Or Ethan? I feel so mean calling you Freak.
Well, it's all good. Either or, either or. I don't really know what you're looking for as Achilles that you'd really want a mulligan for. I mean, ideally, yes, you want a Patroclus card, maybe a Under the Helm. Brothers in Arms is also pretty good early on. I think you just want to be as well-rounded as possible with your opening hand. I don't know if you're looking for anything in particular for Achilles.
And then how about for Yanenga, Taylor? Do you think Yanenga's just looking for better defense cards?
Probably. She definitely doesn't want to take a bunch of damage right at the start, but it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if she could distribute it to her archers. So maybe she's looking for one with the land. I think that would be a pretty powerful card to get off early if you can deal 1 damage to both of your archers.
Yep, I would agree with that. I think that's a key card, similar to how Wukong wants to find Phoenix early. Often, Yanenga might want to find one with the land early if she's expecting the opponent to be aggressive. Which we do see this here from Chad, opening up with a maneuver and boost with Test for Weakness.
Wow.
Incredibly aggressive.
Yeah, he must really want that archer dead if he's willing to throw out one of his best attack cards in order to be able to reach him with his maneuver.
Yep.
And then I'll go ahead and I'll have Pat attack that archer.
Go ahead.
Because Matt positioned his archers like as
Ooh.
far away from Pat as he possibly could.
Yeah, so he boosts all the way in there, gets the Brothers for Arms off. Obviously, Patroclus is still alive, so he'll get an additional action here, probably opting to maneuver. Okay, right up back in there, so not backing down. He just was ramming Pat right into Yanenga from the rip here.
I like that a lot, honestly, because they're even on the hand count, so it's not like he has anything to worry about. And I think he wants Pat to die off pretty early in this matchup, because then he can just start to steamroll Yanenga with the damage output that he can produce.
Right. Like Taylor was saying at the start, from his experience with this matchup, you kind of want it to be more of a measured time when Patroclus is going out because of the lack in defense from Yanenga's deck. So not ideal to have him right up in your grill, able to impede what you want to do, or be in the position to attack you with those self-damaging cards to weaken himself.
As well.
Oh yes, thank you.
Yeah, and we do see the surprise volley bringing back the archer, attacking into Pat, bringing back the
I'll have
archer.
her
But
give it
that
to
wily fighting is a good defense there from
Okay.
Chad, being able to deal the damage to both the archer and Yanenga, since Pat is adjacent to 2 fighters.
And Matt there chose to distribute the damage that Yanenga would take to the other archer, the one that he just revived.
Yep, which I really like that choice because now he can kill one off, use it as a body blocker, and then when it dies off, he has another one to resurrect with any further copies of Surprise Volley or the shield formation. Wow, so we see Matt throwing out a rain of arrows against Pat, which Chad takes undefended. Now, if he wants to, he could let Pat die off.
Heavy attacks for sure.
Does he want Pat dead right now or not?
I think that might depend on what Chad has in his hands.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because losing 2 key cards could be really horrible for him. But I think Battle Harden will probably be a really important card in this matchup. And unless he has like both of them in his hand, I'm probably fine here letting Pat die and just getting to be big Achilles for almost the entire game.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that.
Right, because you started with an attack with this guy.
Oh, you're right.
And
I
you
would
took the
agree.
archer.
So Achilles is also in a single maneuver range to reach Yanenga herself. And with both the archers already weakened, she can't distribute the damage to them unless she wants to kill them off. So it might be a good opportunity to just let Pat die off and hope your good cards don't get discarded, and then take a maneuver which will gain you an additional card and then make an attack.
I'll take it.
We see Chad taking some time to contemplate this because it really is a huge, crucial decision in the game.
Yeah,
and
this is going to dictate the entire pace of the rest of the game.
Yep, he is going to take that second volley there.
Wow.
Roll the dice. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4 from the top. So this one,
Another pivotal point with the discard coming out, so let's see what cards he's going to lose here.
Ooh, that hurts.
Ooh.
right, and
That's one of his best cards after Pat dies off, being a 6 value attack or still a 4 value defense.
Right.
Right, 3 blessed by Hermes.
And blocking 4 damage on a Yanenga attack
And the
is
Hermes.
almost certainly going to block
Ooh.
everything.
2 good cards there. No Pat cards used by Achilles.
Yeah, pretty high value versatiles that also give movement effects to kind of close the gap between the zone usage that Yanenga wants to use. So those are pretty solid discards if you're Yanenga here.
Yep. Got to be happy about that.
Just love sitting out there watching outside.
Oh, looks like Chad's got a cheerleader as well in the background.
I really like this aggression by Chad here.
Yeah, at this point, Achilles is pretty one-dimensional, right? You kind of have to push aggression or else you're just going to end up burning out. So Matt had the good defense, though, the 4 value skirmish, which the Brothers in Arms will beat over for 2. Ooh, killing off both archers, I think that might actually come back to haunt him because those 1 health body blockers could come in really handy given the situation with Achilles. He's going to want to maneuver and maybe even boost and attack every turn, and those body blocks could have helped a lot.
Mm-hmm. And Chad winning that combat and drawing a card, giving him the hand advantage for right now, I think is really crucial because remember, Yanenga can't draw cards outside of maneuvering and one with the land. So if Chad can draw cards faster than Yanenga can, maybe he can end up taking or dealing some undefended attacks to Yanenga.
Yeah, I agree, and this could be a really dangerous spot for Matt because Chad won that combat as well, so he is going to draw an extra card even from winning the defense. And Yanenga, I would say actually any fighter, you don't want to be going up against Mad Achilles with a hand disadvantage.
I'll go ahead and
No, definitely not. He will just run you right off the map. Just constantly beating into you.
Yep. But being in the pit there,
Look.
since you can't go through the one-way arrows, which I guess we didn't mention too much before, but the orange arrows are one-way. They essentially work the same as the black lines, except if you're moving from one space to the next, you can only go in the direction of the arrow and not in the reverse. But they are still considered adjacent, so Chad was able to move into the pit to hit Yanenga there on his last turn, but now has to move out of the pit and go around the long way in order to reach Matt, either the archer or Yanenga.
Yeah.
Yanenga has kind of a small buffer here where she's going to be able to restock her hand as Achilles moves to her, unless he's going to opt to boost to close the gap this turn and get an attack off.
So he is going to boost with another test for weakness here.
Wow.
Get that attack
He's
in
both
on
of
the
those.
archer.
He's used 2 of his 3 tests for weaknesses just to get that additional boost value. It's interesting.
Hmm.
Here we see Matt just throwing out a Pin the Prey just to force the discard out of Chad. You know, a 1-value defense is not going to keep an archer alive against anything Mad Achilles would throw at it.
Yeah.
But just to get the discard, which we see Chad throwing another copy of the Achilles heel out there. Not really concerned about defense at this point. He just needs the attacks.
I was gonna say, I think that's an interesting choice since Achilles heel will block almost everything Yanenga will throw at him, except for maybe an offensive shift or a jaws if he's standing on more than one zone.
That is a good point.
So you gotta, you have to think the other card he had in his hand when he discarded that was something that he can block with.
Right. He wouldn't leave himself defenseless.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, although it isn't the end of the world since he positioned himself in the yellow zone, which would kind of be hard for Yanenga to reach, and she only had 2 cards left in her hand, so probably wasn't going to see any offense returned to him from Yanenga.
Right. That brings up an interesting thing here with Pin the Prey. Let's see. You do have to do the movement before the discard. So if, you know, maybe Chad pulled the trigger a little too early there because he did flip the card really early. If he had seen that Yanenga was just pushing him back into the yellow, maybe he would have chosen to keep the heel.
Right.
Well, actually, never mind, because I guess that would further his choice probably to ditch the heel because he wouldn't need the defense. I had it mixed up.
Ooh.
Oh.
Now this is
Good
big.
opportunity to pull this one out because he's going to win. He's guaranteed winning the first combat already because that first attack is going to hit for 3. So he's going to gain an extra card. And then depending on what Yanenga plays here, he could even draw an additional card. Second attack is coming in for 5 damage.
5 damage, Relentless Assault. Into only a 3-value shift. That hurts Yanenga a lot. And again, I think Chad is just going to run away with this game, honestly. He just is pushing the aggression, keeping the hand advantage, and he's going to just keep forcing Yanenga to maneuver, running away, trying to draw cards and gain defenses. And Achilles is just not going to let up.
Yeah, Yanenga really needed a shield formation there to either force him to drop a card or to bring an archer back. We're kind of seeing the repercussions of that decision from earlier where he chose to kill off both archers because Achilles is just able to maneuver, boost, and attack and refill his hand every single turn since Patroclus has died thus far.
Yep. And we do see, though, one of the cards that can bring Matt back into this game being Master of the Hunt, just to simply gain a little bit of tempo, right, and get some additional cards drawn, some additional movement, and it might help him claw his way back in here because Achilles will run the risk of burning out if Yanenga can play defensively enough.
Right, that is the one thing that Yanenga has going for her, is that Patroclus died when Achilles had, what, 20-some cards left in his hand, or about 20 or so cards, so he's going to start burning through his deck very rapidly. Yanenga just needs to kind of stabilize, get some archers back to body block for her, and negate some of this damage, and just try and exhaust him.
Well, and Achilles is already less than halfway through his deck, and Yanenga just falling under 2/3 of the way. So a 5-card advantage in the deck for Yanenga. But yeah, it is going to be a matter of getting those archers out, and that's going to be huge because with Yanenga not having a whole lot of draw power just in her abilities during combat, as long as Achilles pushes aggression, he's going to win most of them. He's still going to have a higher advantage, and that's going to be huge.
And going to what Ethan said about reviving archers, I think Matt is kind of in a tricky situation because he's already used 2 surprise volleys, and he still has 1 left of that and 2 shield formations. But with Achilles' draw power, I don't think it's a tough decision at all for Chad. I think he's going to discard a card every time.
Yeah.
So I really think Matt only has 1 potential archer left, which can really hamper his ability to heal back with 1 with the land if we ever see him draw one of those cards.
Yeah, the shield formation, which is going to allow the attacker to decide if they are discarding or bringing the archer back. Yeah, very easy decision for Achilles since his card draw is so abundant. Yeah, he's willing to shirk off a card, especially if he has a dead Patroclus card in his hand. It's easy to just toss that out. So have to be very careful about the timing of the surprise attacks and when you and how you use those archers as Yananga here.
And there we saw Chad. He almost took the skirmish, but he is going to just choose the test for weakness to grab back from the battle hardened, simply because he's, I think, just trying to push that aggression and just, run Yananga out of defense.
Yeah, good card to bring back, forcing 2 defenses or just a high boost value if it comes down to him just having to close the gap. Need to be.
Yep.
He does like using that card to boost, so maybe we'll see him use it again.
We may see it right here. Honestly, he needs the 5. Oh, he's going to ditch the helm.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, helm is definitely a better choice here.
Yep.
And with no feints, it's not like he can just feint it that second attack. Achilles can use that double attack and be guaranteed that if both will go off.
So this is almost an optimal outcome for Matt, playing the point blank into the first hit of Test for Weakness, because he's only taken 1 damage and still dealing 2 from the point blank effect. But Achilles just has too much health, and now he's got that 5 coming at him from the relentless assault that he has to deal with. And we're going to see the same thing. A shift thrown out.
Yep.
I would like to point out in my game against Josh earlier, I was playing the Yananga end of this matchup, and every time I played point blank on defense, Josh played a 6 value attack. So Matt is definitely reading Chad's double attacks correctly, using point blank at a much more optimal time than I was.
Well, like we said, you never know exactly what your opponent is throwing out there unless you're able to check all the options off the list and narrow it down. So it's just a toss-up. And yeah, it's just looking rough here for Yananga with that, trying to keep up with defense cards in hand and trying to put as much distance. And even though Chad has to boost every turn, he's just hitting for damage constantly.
Yeah, I don't know how you try and stabilize the game as Yananga here. It feels very tough to do on this map.
Yeah, I think you're right. And the map plays a huge role in competitive Unmatched. And, it was a good choice for Chad. It's paying off here. And now you can trace this all back to that turn that Matt chose to go for Pat with the Rain of Arrows, right? Because if you don't hit with Rain of Arrows, Pat will not die, no matter what, unless it's a 6-value Jaws, but that's very rare. And it just let Chad, after he took that first hit from the Rain of Arrows, it gave Chad complete control whether or not he wanted Pat to live or die. And that's not necessarily what you want to give to Achilles. You don't want to let him have the choice. You want to dictate the timing of Pat's death to benefit yourself. And he put it in the hands of Chad, which may have been a mistake in the end.
Yeah, he set the tempo for this back half of the game and making Yananga pay for that. He's pushing really hard with the aggression and getting lots of damage too. And we're seeing a lot of turns right now where Yananga is just double maneuvering or just not doing a whole lot right now as far as actually attacking Achilles, because now if Unmatched decides he wants to attack, well, now he has less cards in his hand and Chad has just so many more options available to him.
Yeah, and we see Matt here considering his positioning, maybe trying to set up a spot where Jaws of the Beast would get the biggest defense value, because if Achilles wants to reach Yanenga not in this tri-zone space, he does have to discard one higher boost value, I should say. But I just don't think that's really an issue for Chad. He's got so many cards in hand. He's got a lot of options. So we'll see the Day of Your Doom used to boost, moving 4. Chad's going to make sure not to land on that tri-zone space so that you don't let Jaws be unnecessarily bigger than it needs to be.
Not central anymore.
Oh, but he is going to choose to go
Oh.
there because he wants center of the map.
Makes sense.
Interesting. Very interesting.
There's the Jaws.
Wow. Wow, he baited that out.
Offensive feint to cancel the effect of the Jaws here, so it's actually a 4 into a 3.
And I
Yeah.
drop him.
I
That
was about to
is
say that if you use it to bait or like Chad decided to do that things, that's
He
the way
also
to
could have
go.
assumed, so he's fine doing that if he has the Jaws. He's also fine offensively feinting into a shield formation there, but that's an immediate effect, actually, so that wouldn't negate the effect of the shield formation. But like we said, he's probably fine tossing the card to disallow the archer to respawn anyway.
Yep.
That's a really funny interaction. It's a very painful reminder of how my game ended earlier.
I was
to
going to bring
reopen
that
the
up,
wound right
Taylor.
there.
Yeah.
Bad flashbacks.
Yeah, the relentless assault when Achilles is just enraged is so difficult for Yanenga to deal with.
Yeah, that's why pre-game we were talking about how Yanenga's best chance at winning would be to time Pat's death and then combo immediately afterwards, because as you can see, Chad's had a full hand for like the last couple turns. He just has so many block options that if Yanenga tried to combo him right now, one, she'd run out of cards before he did, and two, Chad just has so many defense cards available to him. That's why Yanenga really has to try to capitalize on Pat's death and win very close after he dies.
He's still sitting pretty healthy, all things considered. It's only a 5-point health differential, so Achilles has 5 cards in deck to Yanenga's 11.
That's right.
I will go ahead and
So, ideally trying to close out quickly here is Achilles. I don't think we've seen a spear throw either, so he's still holding on to some auto damage and passes somewhere in his deck or hand.
Now, that was a great defense there by Matt, playing the skirmish into the Hermes, because that's the optimal outcome, really, because you only take 1 damage and you force Achilles into that card draw, which is going to end up being 2 damage back at him in fatigue.
Yeah, we'll go there.
You know, it is funny, too, with that feint, that offensive feint interaction. Chad was commentating in that last match to see that move pulled off, so maybe he actually learned a new trick to use.
Yeah, he jotted that down in his journal. He said, okay, yeah, good one.
That's right.
I'll borrow that.
All right, I'm gonna move.
So you guys brought up spear throw. That kind of reminds me of last game, how we were talking about identifying your win condition. Would you guys say that Achilles' win condition right now is probably keep attacking Yanenga and get her down to a specific health threshold, maybe like 4 or 6, depending on how many battle hardens he has left, and just kill Yanenga with scheme damage?
Yeah, I think that's definitely viable, seeing as the spear throw is also a pass, and at this point in the game, you want to pull off your passes. So I think you want to get the spear throws first, and then go in for the finishing blow with an attack.
Yeah, I think he's fine. I think his options are pretty open right now. We don't know exactly what's left in his hand or deck, but getting her down to that threshold, you can do whatever you want. I think when she's at 4 points, because only one more offensive way to bring the archer back, which means that Yanenga will decide if it comes back or if she takes the action. But Yeah, you're not getting any archer respawns from the shield formation, most likely.
Yeah, definitely not at this point. Though there is one more surprise volley, if I'm counting correctly.
Right.
Although we have seen, what, only one feint come out from Achilles?
I believe that's right.
So let's take a look. I'm pretty sure there's only the one feint been used, and if that's the case, Achilles is probably feinting almost every attack that Yananga throws at him from this point on, since we're nearing the end of the game here with Achilles running out of deck. And with both skirmishes used from Matt, there's really no punish to feinting. You're just going to take 1 damage almost regardless.
I think I actually like, we talked a little bit about whether to use Spear Throw towards the end of the game or, use them now and close it out at the end. I actually almost like this aggression, the move to attack further. And maybe he doesn't have the Spear Throws in his hand, but I do really like that because not only, you're trying to get some of that damage early, but you're also putting Nenga in a place where, if he wants to negate some of this damage, he has to defend.
Right.
Whereas if you let Yanenga just get a little bit more, maybe she could, get a couple of attacks that she needs to still get a little down. Oh, no.
So again, we see just a little bit of connection issues for Matt. His internet must be a little bit choppy. But Chad is throwing out an attack here, and you got to expect it to be one of the big sixes, right, if he has it.
No worries.
Because we've only seen, I believe, 1 Brothers in Arms so far, and maybe 1 or 2 skirmish. I believe only 1. So definitely looking to hit big here, and if he does hit for a 6, which it is, and that's going to put Yananga down to 4 health, which means the 2 spear throws are lethal. So Yananga has to immediately pull off one of her surprise volleys in order to resurrect an archer and get that additional health pool in play, or else she's just going to die off to the spear throws.
And you'll take 3 damage.
All right, then we see the shield formation come out, and Achilles is just fine throwing out the Day of Your Doom Patroclus card. He does not mind tossing that whatsoever.
So the next 2 turns from Chad, I believe, are just going to be maneuver, boost, and spear throw 2 times in a row, because he will be guaranteed to draw the rest of his deck over the next 2 turns. So Yananga has to immediately, not necessarily this turn, but next turn, she is going to have the surprise volley, or it's going to be game over.
Yeah, if he can get the surprise volley off without it being feinted, but like you said, at this point in time, he's fine throwing out the feint regardless of what attack is going to come his way. He'll eat that damage, and then the scheme damage is going to do it most likely.
So I like this reconsideration of positioning from Matt. He was about to go to this dual zone, but that lets Achilles easily reach for the spear throw in gray, whereas now Achilles has to get to this whitish space here above Yananga, and with all 3 tests for weakness used and all 3 helm used, it is impossible for Achilles to reach Yananga on this turn.
Did you draw a card for that last one?
I did.
Seeing as Achilles has to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into that space above Yananga, he cannot reach her this turn. So that's going to be a double maneuver, which is going to put Chad into fatigue.
I'm trying to think of what I'll discard. I think I'll discard.
But he is going to take center stage there.
Yeah, I was about to say, even if he just takes the positioning here, he has so much health left that he can afford to take many maneuvers to just get himself into a good position and be able to use spear throw the next couple of turns. So I think he should be able to close this out very.
Yeah, I don't think there's much Yananga can do. She is going to have to resurrect an archer here, at least to put Chad in the position where he's going to have to use more than just the 2 spear throws to close out the game. And it has to be it here, but then, of course, Chad is going to feint. And
Yep,
that was the
absolutely.
problem. He had enough feints to stop any attack Yananga threw, and now he just simply double spear throws, and that will be the game.
Pretty good. 1 and 2.
1 and
And
2,
that's it.
that's it.
Well played.
Yeah.
Wow, great match.
Well done by Chad. Yep.
Yes.
Very good.
Let's listen in on the players for a minute here.
And get an archer back, and if there was, and then, but yeah, I mean, I knew it was not looking good. I was hoping at least to get one archer back.
Yeah, I was trying to think about what exactly your win condition was, because this zone obviously is very good. Because I knew you could hide there, so I set myself up here so that I could get to either this zone or this zone really quickly, and then I could get here with, or sorry, to this spot with a movement of 3, which I could boost with, say, a feint or whatever, and get there, and then spear throw you for 1, and then I wasn't sure how you could, because then you could say if you wanted you could run back over into this zone, but then I just take more damage and set myself up here and do the same thing, and I think I still win. I think I still do. I'm not sure though. It would have been close. I wonder how much health I would have taken at that point.
Yeah, I could have. I was really. I think I was just. I was a little too desperate at the end to get an archer back. I knew you had a
Yeah.
feint. Yeah, I could have. I could have slow played it. I could have, come down here and just kept running.
Yeah.
Um, I was hoping I could get an archer back, and then even if you had a spear throw, I could put it at him, and even then, if you had the other one, I'd be taking 2. I was really hoping you didn't have the feint.
Yeah. Yeah. I was. Yeah. Yeah.
But it was well played, man. It was good.
Yeah. Yeah. Good
The,
games. That was
The
good.
decision to kill off Pat early paid off.
Yeah, it did. I was nervous there for a while when I didn't draw like any of my 6s. Like my 2 skirmishes were like my last 2 cards that I drew. Or something like that. So I was like, when I would run up and smack you big, it wasn't as big as I was hoping, just because I didn't have any of my 6s for a while. So, yeah, I was looking at getting you down to this critical like 4 health a while, but I couldn't. I kept hitting you for 1 and 1 and 1. So, and you had great draw for defense. The times I hit you with my double attack, the fact that you had them, I was like, oh my goodness, he's got 3 cards and he just had 1 card. What is the odds he drew 2 decent defenses?
Yeah, I probably should have resisted my urge to try and bring an archer back. Waited for that as a first turn maneuver.
Yeah.
If you had moved in and attacked, because I still had decent defense left, believe it or not.
Yeah, you did. You still had like 2 jaws, I think. That wasn't us. Was something going on?
I accidentally did that.
Oh, you did? Okay.
So I had these 4 left.
Okay, yeah. I mean, you still had, you had another jaws left, I think, and another point blank.
And I had plenty. I had plenty enough cards because
Yeah.
you only needed 6 turns. So
Yeah.
yeah, and you were running out of options. So you had a couple nice 6s in there. But if I could have brought back an archer, I might have been able to pull it off. That was no guarantee, though. I mean,
Yeah.
even if I had pulled off that archer right there, it might, that's no guarantee at all. If you kill the archer, you take a couple, but
Yeah.
there's no guarantee.
Yeah, for sure. And when I was playing, if you chose to say like double.
All right, so we have our second finalist for tomorrow. It's going to be Chadicular, and it was a really close match overall by both players, obviously playing really well. And I think this one probably boiled down to that decision to kill off Pat early with that rain of arrows. I think that definitely set the tone for the rest of the game, and Achilles was just able to steamroll his hand advantage and use that damage buff to take out Yanenga, and she wasn't able to outlast, unfortunately. But that was such a good match to watch. I had a blast. I hope you guys did as well. But that we see now Achilles taking both of the wins over Yanenga for today in the deciding games. So it's looking a little bit Achilles favored. And Ethan, I know you were at Gen Con with me when we ran the couple of tournaments there, the draft tourneys, and we had Battle of Legends Volume 2 involved. And it did seem like Achilles was the Yanenga counter back at Gen Con. So do you think that initial impression holds up here?
It does, and funnily enough, it was against Taylor in the finals of the draft tournament that we played, and it was the same exact matchup. I was Achilles into his Yanenga, and it was on the Raptor paddock as well. So
wow,
I don't know if it's the matchup and that map in tandem, or if it's just Achilles seems to do well into her. But yeah, it's seeming slightly Achilles favored. I think as people discover the nuances of Yanenga a little bit more, and maybe the crucial deciding factor of even dispersing 1 point of damage to the archer or killing it off can make the whole difference. An additional attack and maneuver combination that Achilles is doing is essentially, if he's enraged, drawing a card and then maneuvering and drawing an additional card. So deciding how to disperse that, as people figure that out, or discover some sort of tech on how to deal with it. Yeah, it seems like he just runs her down, especially on a map that's that small and tight. Maneuver boosted, 6 turns in a row to get to Yanenga after Pat had died. So just the relentless attack from Achilles just seems pretty difficult for her to deal with.
Yeah, and do you think that turn that Matt chose to divvy up, he killed off 2 archers that were currently sitting at 1 health instead of taking the 2 damage to Yanenga? How much impact do you think that had, Taylor?
I think a lot. Although we didn't see him draw one with the land for a while after that turn, I think if he has one with the land in his hand at that moment, it's a no-brainer. Yanenga will take the damage and he'll keep the archers alive. But I guess he wanted to keep Yanenga's health as high as possible in the moment, which she doesn't have any card draw, and if both one with the lands are at the bottom of her deck, that's going to hurt him. But I think what you're saying about keeping the 1 health archers alive as body blockers, making Achilles waste an attack on them, I think is definitely worth it. So I think in hindsight, we all can agree that he probably should have kept them alive.
Yeah, it's tough to make those decisions, and that's part of the hardest thing with playing Yanenga is knowing how to disperse your damage properly to optimize your overall health pool, and you gotta really pay attention to your positioning constantly, whether or not you want the archers in her zone to soak up damage, or if you want them out of the zone so that they have their divide and conquer card online to be a 4-value defense for them. And there's just a lot of decisions to make with positioning, so she's quite a complex fighter. She is pretty well-rounded, plays somewhat of an honest game, I would say, but is very versatile and can, I think, meet pretty much any situation that she needs. So definitely can get the win against Achilles, but I would agree. I think it is a bit Achilles favored, as we've seen here today. So that's going to be it for the second semifinal. It's tomorrow. The grand finals at 10 a.m. Eastern is going to be Chadicular versus Wandering Caretaker or Joshua Tan. So both excellent players, and I'm really looking forward to see that match and how this new best-of-5 format turns out. And before we sign off for today, of course, we're going to get the players in for an interview. So we will bring in Unmatched first, and then we will be bringing in Chadicular afterwards. So stick around, guys. We will get the players in just a little bit here. right, everybody, here we have Unmatched, the epitome of the game that we are playing. So, Matt, first of all, I want to say congrats on your tournament run. You know, unfortunately, you're coming in off of a loss here in the semifinals, but to make it to the top 4 is very respectable. You played great the whole time, and, you know, first, congrats, and how you feeling?
I'm good. I am. It was fun. It was super fun. It was an interesting tournament run in format, and it's been, it's been a pleasure to play with everybody. There's a ton of good players, really tight matches all across the board. It was just a blast. Yeah, no regrets.
Awesome.
Maybe a couple.
Maybe
most,
involving Patroclus. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the primary one. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so, you know, I'm glad you had fun with the whole thing. And if I'm not mistaken, have you entered all 3 of the major tournaments we've had so far?
I did not do the 2v2.
Okay.
That's the only one I didn't do that.
Now, were you in the very first one that Prospero ended up winning? Back earlier in the year, I think it was around February.
No, my first tournament was Summer of Legends.
Summer of Legends was the first. Okay. Well, yeah, I know you did enter, and you placed pretty well, pretty high in Summer of Legends, and even higher now in the Release Rumble. So you're on a roll, you know, and maybe next tournament, if you come back, hopefully you do, and maybe you'll place even higher next time. So.
Yeah, I'll definitely do the next big tournament. It's a ton of fun, and now with more characters and more matchups, and the community's growing. It's great to see. It's been awesome. Like I got into this game right as quarantine started, maybe a little before, and it's been like a godsend because it's been something I do with my daughter, and just having a community to lean into a little bit, just not to talk about quarantine, but just to forget about quarantine,
Right.
Like to just play some games, like escape for an hour or two, have, it's a really good group of people, and my kids are up there. You can hear them. So yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. I think a lot of us have the same sentiments. You know, having a great community like this and an awesome game to play throughout this quarantine has just really been awesome. And to have these types of online events that we're able to run all remotely, is just pretty incredible. So I think a lot of us share your same sentiment, and I'm really glad you've, had the chance to have a bonding opportunity with your kids and enjoy playing with them on top of, competing in these big tournaments. So we did see your daughter came over as a cheerleader in the middle of the match there.
She's my sparring partner. She keeps my chops fresh.
Nice.
She beats me on the regular. She's sitting right here next to me.
Yeah, if she wants to hop on and say hi.
Yeah.
Come on over. Hello.
She beats me all the time. She's very good with Little Red.
Awesome. Yeah, what does she think of the new fighters here?
She's been enjoying it. She's been she's been playing Mary a lot. She really likes Mary. And Achilles. Those are the 2 ones she likes. She's not so into Wukong. I think it's he's such a slow play for a kid. Probably really boring.
Yeah.
But Mary is flashy and exciting. And
definitely. So she had to have been rooting for Chadicular in this match, right? With you having Wukong and Yanenga, and then her favorites with Mary and Achilles on the other end. She had a clear person to root for.
Yeah.
She had to be rooting for Dad. But yeah, that's just awesome. Now, I mean, well played overall. Your match was super exciting. That second game especially, I think none of us had any idea who was going to win that one. Up until the very end, it could have been anyone's game. And that was just a blast to watch.
Did you guys... I was imagining, like, your guys' dialogue during that. Did you guys think I was either crazy or lucky?
I
It
don't
seemed
know.
pretty measured. I wouldn't say it boiled down to luck or anything like that. I thought it was pretty well thought out.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah, I think you played really solidly in that matchup, and it was interesting that you kept Pat alive the whole game, honestly. But it still worked out in your favor, and so just to see a different approach, because we were talking about, oh, in this matchup you probably want to go kill Pat off immediately, so that you can just start building up the clone wall and burn Achilles out of the deck. And you had a different approach, and it ended up working out. So really well played.
Slow play.
You know,
I mean, the slow play.
yeah, well, it is what it is sometimes. In competitive play, you do whatever you got to do to win. And all the players here at the top level, they don't mind the slow play. The defensive play style. It's just part of the game, and you learn to accept it. And it is what it is. There's nothing wrong with that. So you did a really good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
That's fun.
Spoken like a true invisible man, Maine, John.
That's right.
King of slow play.
I got to defend my boy. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll toss it over to the other commentators. Tristan, you have any specific questions for Matt here?
And again, similar to my question here, but for you specifically with the pick ban phase, we noticed you had picked Yanenga first, and this was something that was trend throughout when you were doing the Conquest formula. We had some speculation, but do you want to kind of what your reasoning was behind it?
Yeah, it's a good question. So if I go Yen, and then if he goes Achilles, I get Yang and Wukong. If I go Yen and he goes Wukong, I get Yen Achilles. And so if I like Yen into Wukong, I'll take that matchup. If I got to face Wukong, I'll take that matchup. I'd rather have Yen into Wukong and Achilles into Wukong or Bloody Mary. I'd rather take that. In this instance, I got Wukong. So the real killer was losing my first match, I think, with Yen into. If I won that one, second game is a different story, probably. That could be it. So yeah, there is, I understand the question. So, but I've done this now twice in the tournament. I ended up winning both times. So
now, did you choose the same pick ban strategy in both of your other matches during the elimination rounds?
It's a good question. I had banned other boards. I had banned Marmoreal. In this one, I banned Hirobot. Yeah, I didn't.
Hard to remember thinking back, right?
Yeah, it's hard to remember back. I'd have to look at the spreadsheet.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean,
in this one, because he had Mary, I wanted to get rid of Hirobot.
Yeah.
That's the biggest advantage for her.
I definitely agree with that, and I think we were all speculating that you would do that. That's pretty. It's become a pretty standard map ban when you're going up against Mary, because I think is far and away her best map.
Yep.
So yeah, solid. I mean, solid pick ban strategy. I was questioning, I guess, the first pick of Yanenga, but really the way you just laid it out, I mean, it works out just fine for you, regardless of what happens, as long as you don't purposefully pick Mary as your second pick, following Yanenga. So I think all the outcomes that you just listed out are good. So picking Yin, it works out.
If I had faced Wukong first, I like my shot there, and if I don't win, I got 2 into Mary. I got Yen and Achilles into Mary, and I like those odds.
Yep.
So yeah, I was going Yen first. I think in the first round I might have taken Wukong first, and then I got Achilles, but which isn't bad. Yeah, I was taking Yen the whole time, and when her hand comes out right, she's tough as nails. I'll take my shot with Yen if I got it. She's tough. If your hand comes out right, you can keep bringing back archers early and get some shots in. You get a shot.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
The killing Pat really didn't work out, but
Yeah. So what was your thought there? I mean, throwing out the rain of arrows, you gotta consider that it's an option, right? It's a possibility that Pat just goes fully undefended and just completely dies off there. I mean, was that what you were hoping for, or were you just like, maybe he'll throw out a defense and then he'll take 3 damage, bringing him down to a near lethal threshold, and then you can pretty much dictate the timing of the death from there? Or were you wanting him to die?
I was not wanting him to die. So
Okay.
he went first. He maneuvered and boosted. So and then it attacked. So he was down to 4 cards, I think, 5 cards.
Mm-hmm. 5 cards,
and then
I believe, but even handed.
Yeah, and then I was hoping to pull up to shorthand him early.
Sure.
So I was hoping he would defend twice. Because it was so early, and he would debate, do I want to kill him? Do I not? I figured he didn't want to get shorthanded, but he had a tight map, so it worked out. It worked out for him, I think. So yeah, he decided not to defend either of them, and then he was dead.
Right.
And that was it.
That was that. Yeah, that definitely was a turning point in the game early on that set the tone of the rest of the game.
Yes, thinking I can shorthand him, and then I had another card in hand that I was going to use against Achilles, and but I was trying to shorthand him early. That was my thought process, and I did not anticipate that he would willfully just kill him off first turn. I mean, was that first turn? That was first turn, right?
I believe
Pat dead
so.
Yeah.
Looking back,
Pat-
yeah, I think it was. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I had a time. Actually, it's funny because the first BoL Volume 2 game that Chad or I played was Mary into Achilles, and he was Mary, and his first turn, he went in and killed Pat. And it didn't work out well for Mary, but
Was that against you?
yeah, it was against me.
Wow. So you guys had played before just for fun with BoL 2
Yeah.
when it first released. Wow. That is a interesting note there.
Yeah, we were just chatting about that, like when we were waiting to start play.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but he played great, and it could have been a little bit of a risk to kill him that early, but hats off, he played super well. He in his Mary into my Yenenga, very well played.
Yep.
Hats off. I told him I want him to win so I can say I lost to the champ.
There you go. Yep. Yeah, it's
No. Josh needs to win so that I lost to the champ.
That is funny. Yeah, you guys both really played, exceptionally well. Obviously, you're in the top 4 for a reason. So it was really entertaining to watch. Great games overall. And, sometimes you got to take those risks. And it's definitely puts on a show for the viewers, at least, when you kill Pat off turn 1 and, you go from there. It's a lot of fireworks going on. So definitely put on a show. Now, Ethan, do you have any specific questions you want to throw out there or any comments for Matt?
Yeah, what foil are you gonna pick as your reward for making top 8?
Oh,
it's a good one.
Do we get to see what they look like first?
You don't get to see what they look like.
They've revealed, which cards are actually the foils.
You will get to know what the cards will be, but you don't get to see what they look like. So.
Yeah. Well, I really. Oh God, the artwork in this set is fantastic.
Yeah.
Really, particularly love Yenenga. I love the way that they've honored her people and culture, and it's just all of the clothing and weaponry. It's all beautiful, and of course, Mary is terrifying, and they have all that mirror. I can see lots of potential for the mirrors with foil, like silver foil, stuff like that. So it's probably going to be between those two. It's like broken glass, or what is it? Broken glass?
That's one of them. Or stolen memories, maybe has a big broken glass piece on it as well.
Yeah. Like if it's one of those two, maybe I'll lean that way. So it depends on which card it is, I suppose.
Sure.
But Yenenga and Mary are my favorite art in the set.
Yeah, they are great art. I would agree. I definitely would choose them over Wukong or Achilles myself as well. But
And I could see Wukong cards with all the gold and red and
Yeah.
everything. Too. Achilles is more basic, it's brown and reds, and I don't know if it with foils. I'm having a hard time imagining.
Yeah. Well, congrats on getting that foil. So I'll let you know what they are when I find that info out from Justin. But Taylor, do you have any questions or comments for Matt here?
Most of my specific questions were taken, but I do have one question for you. If you had to choose between melee fighters and ranged fighters, which one would you pick and why? And I think there's a pretty obvious answer for you, but I just want to hear it from you.
Yeah, it's interesting because the great thing that Restoration does is I really do have a great balance. Of course we've got our top, 3 to 5 that are pretty consistent winners, but it's done. Like those melee fighters, like Achilles, have some really huge hits, and Yenenga does not have, I think, the most powerful hits of 5, or 6, if you're standing on 3 zone space. My particular play style is I like ranged fighters. I think they tend to be a little bit more thinky. I mean, I think you already knew that.
Yeah. We noticed that you really liked playing InGen and Robin Hood and Medusa, and we can actually see your profile on Discord is Robert Muldoon. So we figured that's why you were so partial to Yenenga.
Yeah, they're a little bit more thinky. I like that. And I think Yenenga is too, right? Like you got to think about your placement of the archers, and when you use them as shields and when you don't. You've got to plan out your moves. It's the same thing with Muldoon. I absolutely adore the traps, and they are really pesky to get through. And where you place them, when you place them, right? Like not always placing a trap. Yeah, I do like the ranged characters for sure. Although some of my favorites are melee too. Like I love Sinbad. I really enjoy playing Achilles in this set. But yeah, ranged.
Yeah, I think we all expected that. Taylor actually pointed that out earlier in the commentary, which is a really neat little tidbit there. But
Absolutely.
Yeah, so before we wrap it up, Matt, I mean, is there any last comments you want to say before we sign off?
No, I mean, thank you guys for doing this. It's been, like I said, it's been super fun. Been really nice thing to go on, and great community. So thank you all.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks for playing, joining, and we hope to see you back again in the next one.
All right, man. Sounds great.
All right, Matt. Take care.
You guys.
Yep.
And Chad, welcome to the winner's circle here. You will be joining Joshua Tan or Wandering Caretaker in the finals, the grand finals of the Release Rumble tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So congrats on the big win. How you feeling?
Oh, I am feeling great.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, not too much to say. I will say that second game, I really, I mean, I know there was very little that I could do against, fully cycled Phoenix form. I think he cycled it all 4 times, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, 12 healing from that. So I was really thinking he was attacking me with it instead of the taunting. So that's why I feinted it. And if I had just done something else and saved the feint for his only attack left, then at that point I would have been in a great spot. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anymore.
Right. Yeah, it was a 50-50 on that. We were talking about that, but in the end, you got the win. Anyways, you won the Achilles into Yenenga matchup here, And we saw you take a little trick from Joshua using that offensive feint over the jaws. I really liked that turn because it seemed like you baited it perfectly.
I did not like it. I want to point that out.
Now, did you do that on purpose, like how you moved into the green and then kind of took a second, reconsidered, and you were like, maybe I want to take center stage more so, just to bait the jaws?
So I will say it was by accident.
Ah,
I didn't actually. So as I mentioned, I had like 3 6s left in my deck. I had 1 Brothers in Arms and 2 Skirmishes, and I was just waiting for them. I just did not see them for the life of me. And all the only things I had to attack, because I think I had a heal. I had maybe a pack card at that point. I had basically I had 3 feints in my hand that I could attack with, and so I was going to move to that green spot because I wanted to get over Jaws, and then I thought about it and I'm like, well, it doesn't matter if it's Jaws, you know. So then I went. And I was like, if I go there in that green spot, and let's say he defends with let's say a stallion charge. Okay, I'm happy with that, but then he can still run away down that route, and I'm 1 space away, further away from him. And at that point, 1 space really meant a lot because I was out of helms and double attacks. At least I can't quite remember what I was at that point. So I will say it was unintentional, but I was planning on attacking with a feint either way because I had so many of them.
yeah, and it worked out. We just thought that was a funny one. Brought back some bad memories for Taylor.
Nostalgic.
That's right. So, Tristan, any specific questions or comments for Chad here, our winner?
One, maybe a little bit different here. This is your first tournament, correct?
Yes.
So, this is your first tournament, and kind of you've already made it towards the finals, and this is something that I personally am curious to know because I'm not going to be around for the big finale game. But like, as far as people who might be like, getting interested in the game, and who might be like curious about like these tournaments, and I realize it's not over yet. We don't know where if you're first or second, but like, yeah, what was I guess what is your mentality kind of coming into this the tournament first?
Yeah. Yeah. I will. Yeah. Great question. So I've watched a number of videos, kind of. So I was the conquest videos by you, Zero, Baked Goods. I think you had a few for Summer of Legends. If it's been out, I've probably watched it. um, but I watched a lot of them, so I felt like I kind of had an idea what to go into watching the conquest mode, and then that really wasn't the case with the pools, and so I'd seen, say Crossbro. I think he has a bunch of games up too, and some of his 2 match games or 2 game matches rather went 4 hours long. And they took forever. And so going into this pool play, just 3 games in 3 hours or 3.5 hours or 4.5. I can't quite remember the time. I was very much curious to see how it would go, how my games would go, if I feel rushed at all about that. So I would say going into it, I was pretty nervous about the whole thing because it wasn't something I'd seen on video before, and I was very curious to see what it would be like. And I mean, Zero and Josh and Gary, I think, killed it. I mean, Saturday and Sunday were very good with minimal drops. I think we had, like, I don't know, Zero, you would know, like 2 people miss some games or
Yeah,
so?
a 2 or 3 at most. It was pretty high completion rate overall.
Yeah, out of 32%. So that's great. So I think it went really well. We didn't feel rushed very much. I personally didn't feel rushed at all. I think the games completed in a timely manner. And so then after that, I kind of felt like I had the groove for top 16. Um, but yeah, my first thought was going into this was, okay, I've seen this online. I know exactly what it's going to be like, and then played it. I was like, wow, this is not really what I expected.
Yeah. And I guess a follow-up, I'm sure there might be some people who are like very curious about this tournament scene and being, you know, on maybe on the fence or like depending on what would be like some, I guess, recommendations that you would give to someone who might be in that place.
Yeah, absolutely. So if anybody's on the fence about trying out a tournament, if we do one like this again, I would 100% say give it a chance. If you do have, 3 hours on Saturday, 3 hours on Sunday, it's a great, great small time commitment to have just some good games of Unmatched and have a blast. And then, if you do make it, then there's also a lot of fun there too. Yeah, so I would say also if you're like not sure, like, oh, I don't know if I can play at this level or whatever. I will say I've played people of all skill levels throughout kind of this whole tournament. I would say. Even if you're just trying to, get in and have fun, I know some people I think just joined to play the new fighters, which were a ton of fun and get more experience with them and kind of see them in play. So I'd recommend, just joining for fun if you love Unmatched and you want to play some, competitive games, then this is the place to do it.
Yeah, very well said, Chad. And great questions there, Tristan. Because you never know who's watching these streams, whether or not it's all of us, regulars in the Discord, or if we're having new players jumping in because they're curious about what's going on. So, very well said. And then we have a question from Alan here. What's your dog's name, Chad?
Oh yes, this guy. Oh, he's not here anymore. His name is Ty, or Tyler if he's in trouble.
Oh, so it's Ty when he's being a good boy.
That's right.
Nice. Ty was a good mascot there for you. We saw him in the background earlier, cheering you
Yeah.
on. Very nice. All right, I'll pass it
I
off
thought
to
it was a
you.
cat.
Oh my gosh.
He has the ears. He does have the
Oh,
ears.
that would have been one big cat. I'll say that.
Yeah,
The videos on Vorpal are so small, like I couldn't see it. I don't know.
That's true. That's true. Fair enough.
yeah, a 45-pound cat.
Man, it must be like a tiger or a mountain lion of some sort.
Yeah, he's a bobcat. That's
Mhm.
right.
So, Ethan, I'll pass it off to you. Any questions or comments for Chad?
Not really. I was pretty impressed by your play in the second match, holding the game so close, even though it's heavily Wukong favored matchup. I thought that one was a really fun match to dissect. I might even go back and watch some of that a little bit, even though I watched it live. But I thought that was really well played. Other than that, no, not really. I guess I'll default back to my your foil selection of your top 8 qualification. Who are you gonna be picking?
Yeah. Oh, I am. So I don't know the cards, and so I'm always trying to figure it out. I think it depends on tomorrow. Obviously, if I win, then I get the top 4 foils, and so it depending on who I win with will very much determine. Like, let's say it comes down to me winning with Wukong over Yanenga. So I get the 4 foils from all the fighters, and then I get another one from top 8, if I understood that correctly.
I believe that's right.
So
Yeah,
then I might choose Wukong again, so I have a full set of his foils.
I like it.
So I think that'll probably be my pick. Otherwise, my wife and I both love Achilles, so I think I might pick him just because. Yeah, he's cool, and he's the reason I got into grand finals. So
There
Very
you
good.
go. Yeah, good answer. How about you, Taylor? Any questions or comments for Chad?
Well, first I want to say congratulations on making the finals. That's very exciting.
thank you, thank you.
In your first tournament, you've done what I've failed to do in my 2, but you should be very proud of yourself for that. Um, so I just heard you mention that you love Achilles a lot, and I checked, and I'm pretty sure he's your most played fighter for this tournament. How important do you think timing Pat's death is? in order to pull off like what you want to do with Achilles?
I think that's a trick question. Because if it's me, it is the most critical thing in timing when Pat dies. But sometimes I don't have the ability to time it necessarily. It is up to my opponent. And so in that game, I think I was extremely lucky. You could call it luck or whatever, but that I kind of was able to control it with the double attack, so I could choose to either take the second three, or defend it and keep him alive if needed. So I would say most of the time I try not to kill Pat myself. I really prefer Pat dying on the opponent's turn, so that if worst case scenario I do lose two defenses or my last defense, I can double maneuver and hopefully grab something back that way. So I would say it's very critical for me to control Pat's death if I'm the one killing him, because I want to make sure that no matter what two cards are chosen, I'm in a good spot, or I have like a massive hand and I'm just assuming that the worst is not going to happen. But if it's on the opponent's, sorry, if the opponent is planning on killing him, or I'm planning on just letting him die when the opponent deems it necessary, I'm generally a little less concerned about when he dies.
That's a really great point, honestly. The point about, if it's your opponent's turn and they kill him off and you lose your two defense cards, well, at least it's going back to you and you can double maneuver, hope to draw some more defenses there. With Achilles having more defense cards, I think, than any other fighter in the game, it's very likely that out of two cards drawn, you're likely to draw a defense, because I think he has more than 50% of his cards in deck are defenses. So, yeah, that was a really good point there. So that's going to do it. I mean, congrats again, Chad, for your first tournament. Very, very impressive. I think I predicted you would make it to the finals pretty early on. I've played with you a number of times using like BoL 2 fighters on stream just for fun and for practice. And you've had really solid play when I've played you. So, I knew you could do it. And I'm happy to see you follow through and make it to the finals here. And up against my other, my main practice partner, Joshua. So, I can't root against him either. I'm definitely rooting for both of you, which is tough because only one person can win. And we'll see who that is tomorrow. But I'm happy that you both made it. You guys played really well. You deserve to be there. And we're all just really looking forward to a great match tomorrow. And I hope you are as well.
Absolutely. I think I don't want it to go to 5 games because that's a lot of unmatched. But if it does, I'd be happy with that, even if I win or lose, because it means that I at least put him through the ringer a little bit.
That's right. That's right. Make him work for it. If he's going to get that win, he's got to work for it.
Exactly.
Now, it is, remember, going to be a different format, so it's going to be the best of 5, and both of you are going to have all 4 fighters available to you. So make sure you look over the rundown of that new format, which I will do myself because I need to freshen up. We haven't really taken much look at it since we created it back earlier before we started the event. So we'll definitely freshen up on the rules of that, and we'll go over it again in the morning before we start up the stream, So we're prepared. But
good.
yeah, make sure you go in with somewhat of a plan. You got some time to think about it.
Now I have some evening plans, I guess.
That's right. So again, Chad, just congrats. And is there any last words you want to say before you sign off here?
No, I mean, I just want to thank everybody at Restoration Games for sponsoring this, also creating great content. Also, I mean, I know you can't see them for the stream, and so for the new people that haven't quite seen it, I mean, these miniatures are the coolest thing that Restoration has done, in my opinion. I mean, this Bloody Mary action figure or miniature is one of the coolest miniatures in any board game. And I have a number of miniatures in different board games. So I wanted to thank Restoration Games for making a quality game, a quality expansion for this one. And then I wanted to thank all of you for your time today. And I want to thank specifically Zero, Joshua, and Gary for putting this together. This was so exciting. And I'm glad I've been a part of this kind of as commentating and also just been able to play. So that's been great. And then I also want to thank Alan, one, for caring about my dog because I know he desires attention. And then two, for just putting all this together. I know there's so much that you do on the back end, so I appreciate it.
Well
Show
said.
yourself, Alan.
Alan's busy. Maybe he'll show himself. If he wants to, he can jump on
Later.
here. If not, he'll jump on. I'm sure he'll jump on tomorrow for the
I'll be on tomorrow at the end.
for the finale. He'll be on here.
I'm still
Yeah,
like in my
you're gonna
pajamas
commentate
basically.
a game, right?
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
And I also, I know my wife is watching the stream in the other room, so I just want to thank her for putting up with me talking about Unmatched during most of my matches, most of the days these past few weeks.
Your number one fan.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, all right, Chad. Thanks so much for playing, and good luck tomorrow. And we'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right. See you bright and early.
That's right. Take care.
Bye.
And everybody, that's going to do it for the semifinals day of the Release Rumble. So we have Chadicular versus Wandering Caretaker or Joshua Tan tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you don't miss it. It's going to be an awesome match. It's a best of 5, so it'll be really interesting. And we're going to see all kinds of awesome matchups from within this incredible new set here. And again, if you haven't heard, the Battle of Legends Volume 2 is up for sale on Restoration Games' website. So go order your copy if you haven't already. I'm sure most of you probably already have, but go order another one. You know, it's a good Christmas gift, a late Christmas gift for somebody, one of your friends. You know, just spread the love and get this great game into the hands of more people. And also, you know, thank you to Restoration for sponsoring this event once again. It's incredible to be able to put on these big tournaments and just see how the community responds, and everybody seems to love it, as, you know, from a player perspective or a spectator or a commentator or whatever it may be. It's just a ton of fun for everybody involved. So thanks so much for sponsoring these and allowing us to do this. And thanks to Vorpal Board for being so supportive of the whole tournament scene and everything we're doing. All the games that you've seen so far today are played on Vorpal Board. So if you like what you saw, go check them out. Definitely. You can play more than just Unmatched on here. You can really upload whatever game. You just scan in your components and upload it in, and you can play whatever. And you can even do live streaming of games. So for other tabletop games, I know they even play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, you know, D&D on Vorpal. So the capabilities are pretty great. So check it out if you like what you saw. Give them some support. And, you know, thank you to all the viewers checking this out. We wouldn't be doing this without you guys. You know, we do it for the players on one end, but we also do it for the viewers because we just love showcasing this awesome game and giving you guys something to watch and get hyped for. So thanks for checking it out. And, of course, thank you to all the players who participated, because without you guys, there wouldn't be an event. So big thanks to you guys, and I hope you all come back for more in the future. I hope you had a blast. And, of course, thank you, Tristan, Ethan, Taylor. Thank you guys so much for commentating with me. It's been a blast, as always. I hope you guys had fun. And before we sign off, Tristan, anything you want to say?
Come tomorrow, 10 a.m. EST. They're going to be fantastic games. 2 really great players. It's worth it. Do it.
Definitely. How about you, Ethan?
Yeah, not much to say. Great games. It was very, very tight matches, fun to watch, and interested to see how the format will play out tomorrow. Got 2 really talented players, so yep, pop back in tomorrow and let's see.
Definitely. How about you, Taylor?
I'm just tired, man. I'm sorry.
I'm sure it's been a long day. As a player, you know, you played in the earlier match and then now commentating. It's a lot of hours of Unmatched, so, you know, I'll let you get some rest here in just a minute. But everybody, make sure you check out Baked Goods. He's got his YouTube channel, and his Instagram and all that. So he makes great content, a lot of strategy stuff for Unmatched. He's basically the leader of Unmatched YouTube content, so make sure you check him out. And I have my own channel as well, so check out, Zero Skater 12 on YouTube if you like what you saw today. Maybe my commentary. I try to do these kind of things and post similar content on my channel. So if you like it, check it out. We got a lot of great. Tristan, you as well. You have a YouTube channel as well.
I do. I
Almost
have
forgot.
a YouTube channel. So yeah, TwisterStrudel up on there. There's not much. I haven't done anything recently, but
That's okay. I know you've done the King Arthur series about different King Arthur variants, so that's pretty cool. So anybody who
there's some stuff on there for sure.
Yeah, definitely go check out TwisterStrudel on YouTube as well. And Freak, I know you had started up streaming a little bit. Maybe you'll do more in the future. So
yeah, we'll see how it shakes out with new fighters and new formats coming out, and with the release of the digital implementation of it, that might coerce me into streaming a little bit more frequently. But no YouTube content or anything from me, but maybe in the future. Yeah,
it's okay. Make sure everybody, if you want to check out Freak on Twitch, is it just Freak on Twitch, or
it's _Freak_.
That _Freak_. All right, guys, make sure you follow him on Twitch, just in case he starts making more content in the future. I also have my own personal Twitch channel. It's just twitch.tv/ZeroSkater12. I try to stream matches, playing games, just for fun and for practice with a lot of different people in the community. So if you want to just hang out and chat and check out some games, it's always a fun time. So check me out on Twitch as well. And with all that good stuff said, guys, I hope to catch you back tomorrow for the grand finals yet again at 10 a.m. Eastern. You're not going to want to miss it. So thanks, everybody, for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.